Jerry? in Sana'a between 2012 and 2013. He worked intensively with the Yemeni government to eliminate the presence of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, which is called usually Akab, from Abyei and Shabwa. These forces are once again spreading. I mean here, Al-Qaeda. Akab briefly took control of part of Abyei governorate in early February this year and also killed 10 soldiers in a suicide attack on a military camp in its capital, Zanzibar. Militants have also carried out attacks in Ib and Al-Bayda governorate, as well as the assassination of a senior security officer in Aden. An end to the conflict and the formation of more inclusive governing arrangements are critical so that the international community can again support Yemeni efforts to eliminate Akab from these areas and elsewhere in Yemen. I am extremely concerned that military operation will soon affect the location of Yemen's largest port and the gateway for more than 70% of Yemen's food import and humanitarian aid. And I mean here, Hodeida. The UN's Emergency Relief Coordinator, my colleague Stephen O'Brien, has labeled Yemen as the largest humanitarian crisis in the world. Today, 19 million Yemeni are in need of some form of assistance. 7 million Yemeni people are at the risk of hunger. The Secretary General has already raised the alarm on the risk of famine. The impact of the conflict on the economy and food security will be felt long into the future. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have definitely valid concern about continued import of arms flowing through Hodeida and illegal taxation of commercial import by the Houthi and supporter of former President Ali Abdel Saleh. But any military action in the area of Hodeida will need to take into account the need to avoid any further deterioration in the humanitarian situation. We have to be very aware of the risk that military operation in and around Hodeida without measure to ensure continued import and sustained household purchasing power could tip the country into famine. 2 days ago, I briefed the Security Council on our effort to continue negotiation on the peace process. Contrary to many press reports, there is a large degree of consensus in the Council. Over the last year, they have consistently backed the peace process and the need for both sides to make compromises in order to bring the country back to a peaceful and orderly political transition. They strongly back the framework for a comprehensive agreement, which I have put forward. Yemen is also blessed by having a strong foundation of consensus in its recent history. I'm very pleased to acknowledge also the presence of His Excellency Ambassador Ahmed bin Mubarak, because what I was referring to in terms of the consensus is, despite the tragedy of Yemen current conflict, Yemeni from across the political spectrum still refer to the national dialogue outcome as the foundation for Yemen's political future. This is an invaluable asset, and we should all seek to work actively to keep the national dialogue outcomes alive and central to national and international thinking on Yemen's future. The framework which I have proposed seeks to build on the previous political transition by seeking to resurrect the national body. This is an inclusive platform that had been created to oversee the implementation of the national dialogue outcomes immediately following the signing of an agreement. It is a national body which should lead broad and inclusive consultation that will determine the mechanism for finalizing the draft of the constitution, the electoral roadmap, a framework for reconciliation and accountability, and the question of the South, which remain a central issue which is somehow neglected today. These are the key issues for Yemen's future, and it is urgent that we help Yemen back into the path of political dialogue to build consensus on these important questions. My team and I have regularly consulted with Yemeni from across the political spectrum and from all corners of Yemen. About 2 weeks ago, the member of the Women Pact for Peace and Security, which is supported by the UN Women, met again in Amman. Also, they come from different political affiliation and diverse regions of the country. They reaffirmed their support for the national dialogue outcome and the basis for political progress. The meeting of the pact and other civil society events demonstrate that broadly acceptable solutions on each of the key areas of Yemen futures are within reach. But I do have to acknowledge that women participation in our dialogue remains pretty weak. We have still to work on that side. Secretary General Guterres has made Yemen one of his top priorities. His first international visit outside of New York was to the Gulf to discuss potential solutions in Abu Dhabi, in Muscat, and in Riyadh. He very much believes in a surge in diplomatic activity which will allow Yemenis and the region overcome the current military stalemate, as well as help Yemen return to a peaceful and orderly transition. Ladies and gentlemen, Yemeni have shown time and again that they have the capacity to reach consensus and solution to their problem. We need to urgently overcome the current stalemate in order to again unleash this power to engage in consultation, reach compromise, and help the country rediscover the hopes and aspirations that are still very alive. Thank you very much for this.
His Excellency has agreed to take a few questions and answers. He'll provide the answers, you provide the questions. If you could wait for the microphone and please identify yourself in asking the question. Jerry, do you want to kick it off?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Jerry Firestein, the Middle East Institute. Ismail, I think one of the issues that is of greatest interest is what happened last summer, and why do you think that what seemed to be a very promising beginning to the talks in Kuwait at the end failed to achieve the result that we were all hoping for? And how do we go forward now in order to get this back on track and overcome some of those obstacles?
Okay, maybe while there are other, unless there is another question, I can maybe try to address this one, Jerry. Thank you for. It's indeed very sad. I mean, you know, anybody who's dealing now with the Yemen crisis is saddened by what is happening and is profoundly devastated by, as I said, the level of the magnitude of the humanitarian crisis. And when you are dealing with this and you know that you have a solution on the table, and that, as I say, it was a compromise that was reached over 90 days of discussion. What is even making me feel even sad, even if this war were to go for 6 months, I think the parties will come back to the conclusion that there could be no solution which doesn't have two major components. One is a security component, by which we all acknowledge that no, either we call it militia or organization or whatever, out of the state control can be controlled in cities. This has to be ending. Whatever solution will come in 6 months, in 9 months, the control of the security has to be under the state. And therefore, there should be a minimal level of compromise on the security side. And the second component, any future solution of Yemen has to accept the inclusiveness of any future political process, or governance, or government, or even the presidential issue has to be dealt, because Yemen has been built so far, and since the time, and you have been one of the actor and instrumental engineer of the agreement of the GCC, and the follow-up mechanism that was built together with the UN and other partners, we all know that every time the Yemeni were proudly speaking about the fact that everything was done often by consensus, and that was helping them, what has helped them to be able to overcome many of the obstacles. And therefore, as I say, two elements, a security element and a political element. The political element, speak about the governance. It's not up to me or to anybody to decide how that. These elements were discussed in detail. We discussed about the presidential issue, we discussed about the government issue and how inclusive should be the government. These are elements that are even, we can tomorrow. And again, when we spoke about the roadmap or the proposal that we have put forward, which in fact everybody refers to them sometimes as Kerry Roadmap or Ul-Sheikh Road. It's the outcome of Kuwait. It's what happened in 90 plus days in Kuwait. In Kuwait, we were already very clear that we need, and the sequencing, because we are also agreeing that a minimal level of security should be in place before any government can come back. So therefore, there should be a minimal level of withdrawal and handing over the arms. And again, one thing that people are always criticizing, but how can the Houthi or the supporter of Ali Abdul Assad hand over guns? It has never been to President Hadi or to his government. We propose that there are military committees that have to be put together, and that should be consensual military committees. We are not saying that they will be formed by the two parties, because this was one of the problems we had with the DCC, for those who are familiar. The DCC is the De-Escalation and Coordination Committee, which we put in place to oversee the cessation of hostilities. The risk of that, because when you have the two parties represented, is anytime there is a violation, each side is representing one. In the case of this military committee, who will have really the fate of the country in their hands, we need officers who either did not participate in the war, and there are many of them. There are many officers who either stayed home, either left to Amman in Jordan, or to Cairo, or whatever. They live outside the country, or they are even inside the country. And there are many of them recognized and respected. And the army of Yemen has many, many, many officers, and many of them would like to be part of the solution. So these committees will be the ones who are overseeing the military arrangement I spoke about. But in the same time, we agree in a process that then should lead to consensual governance, political governance, which should be inclusive and cannot be excluded any of the side. This is, in summary, what makes me feel sad, because we know this. We knew this 9 months ago, and we are unable to reach that. For me, it's definitely, yes, it's a failure of the special envoy, but it's first of all a failure of the political elite of Yemen, with all my due respect, from both sides. Because if we don't reach this, it's our inability to make consensus. The problem we have is the political elite looks always at this as an element of, I want a win-lose, and an ability, and I have been telling them there could be a win-win. We end up having lose-lose, because everybody is just standing on his position, waiting for the other side to weaken. And that's pretty sad, because we're suffering in the meantime. I was in Yemen 4.5 years ago. At that moment, we had 7 million Yemeni in need of humanitarian assistance. I told you earlier, today it's 18.8, 19 million Yemeni in less than 3 or 4 years. The figures of people who cannot survive if they don't have humanitarian assistance. We did not have the famine at that moment. And we have seen, I didn't speak about the other element, we have measles, we have polio, we have a number of cholera, we saw cholera recently. So the risk of, and the economy is collapsing. The economy, because the problem of salaries, we have spoken about that, and the liquidity and the difficulty to get the economy. And I mean, we have some colleagues here from IMF who can speak much better. But I'm just saying we have a major problem of what I call personally, with all due respect to Yemeni, and I have to say, I have personally a lot of passion and love to the Yemeni people. The political elite is unable to move on this consensus, and it's a failure like that. And I am sure it will take 6 months or 9 months. It will take maybe 1 or 2 more special envoy. Doesn't matter. We will come back to the conclusion. Any future agreement has to have these 2 components. There is no way you can have a compromise without the Houthi and the GPC acknowledging that they cannot be running the military and security institution. That's not going to be accepted, neither by the international community, neither by the political. And it creates even a risk that, because it's outside the state control. But any future governance also from the other side has to be inclusive and has to give space to all. There are other elements, I mean, the prisoners, how do we get these are other issues which we call the confidence building measure. But the main 2 components of any future agreements are around these 2.
Well, thank you for your remarks. My name is Sarah Hamad Saeed. I'm with the U.S. Institute of Peace. A number of Yemenis inside Yemen and outside, and experts on Yemen, when I speak with them, they say that the political elite do not have an interest in a peace deal because they have more to win in maintaining the status quo. And the Yemenis at the local level say that the talks do not represent their interests. Even if you reach a political deal, the local situation, the conflicts and the problems will not be solved. So my question to you, if in the scenario of a protracted process where there is no national political deal, is there anything that could be done at the local level? Because the sequence of waiting may take a long time, as the experience of Syria and other places have shown us. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, we know that one of the risks, and particularly this is again the problem we are 2 years now. Just this week, you know, we have the anniversary of 2 years ago. I mean, at least, let's say, you know, the war probably started even before that. But we mean here since the, you know, the intervention of the coalition on the 26th of March 2015. And the reality is the longer the war goes, as you say, there are interests, and there is no doubt about that. But then I think, you know, again, my personal conviction on this, I am among those people who continue to maintain that the war we have in Yemen is not a religious war. I don't believe on the religious side. I don't believe on the issue that the Yemeni have major religious differences. The Yemeni either are the Zaydi or either they are Sunni, have lived together for centuries. There are intermarriage, there are families. This is a power struggle. People are an elite who is looking for a divide and how do I position myself? And there are political parties behind that. And so for me, beyond even the immediate interest, which I can't prove, the immediate peculiar interest, it's also political interest. But what is very unfortunate is at the end of the day, the longer the war goes and the destruction goes, at the point of time, the political elite will realize that the only way to get is to sit down and to accept sharing that power. There is no other mechanism by which, and to accept that Yemen tomorrow will have to encompass all the different parts of Yemen. There is no way you can, otherwise the risk of course, Yemen becoming a failed state, and when we see some element of that becoming really a risk, and as I spoke about the Tide, and the risk we have even now talks about Daesh presence also in certain part of Yemen. All of that is a big risk for the future. And so yes, I agree, but I think it's this again power struggle which creates some difficulties for people to reach out. And I think what came out, and again, as I said, I have more expert here, and I wish we can give them the chance also to express some of these issues. What came out is when the national dialogue came out with clear recommendation, we have to remember the consequence which happened later with the intervention of the Houthi taking the capital and all of that was also, and Ali Abdullah Saleh, as probably some parties not being happy with the outcome or trying to change. We know the issue of the number of governorate, we know the issue of the constitution. As I said, it's purely, in my view, a power struggle. And these issues, if they are not dealt with, of course, then they can deviate. Because, of course, when I say it's not a religious struggle, that's my personal conviction. But the longer it goes, the risk of some religious extremism from both sides comes to the table, of course. That risk is there. And that's something we have to watch if we don't pay attention in the longer term.
Question on this side. Please wait for the microphone.
Hi, my name is Ibrahim Nahari. I'm from the Central Bank of Yemen. We met in summer. You mentioned that around 19 million needs financial assistance, and you may recall that President Hadi and the government promised that they would continue paying the salaries of the people of Yemen. Now, since January, around 160 billion riyals have been received by the government, and nothing has been paid except for peanuts. You know, what is the role of the special envoy and the UN and the international community?
You know, our position on this, and we share this position with all the international community, because there have been consultation with the US, the UK, and also with the EU and World Bank, IMF, all correct. We acknowledge that the payment of the salaries is an essential issue, because when we speak about the level of poverty, and I spoke about the humanitarian assistance. You know, from my experience as a humanitarian resident, when I was humanitarian coordinator, humanitarian assistance will never address more than 10, 15, maybe 20% of the needs of the population. The real needs of the population come from the commercial shipment, from the ability of people to have a power to buy the goods and to be able. So salaries are essential, particularly when we know the magnitude of the. And therefore, when we had the transfer of the central bank, if you remember, by President Hadi, Our position was more modest, saying instead of, the issue wasn't to oppose that. This is a decision from the legitimate president, acknowledged by the entire. But we had a long discussion saying then we have to remember the central bank has to be protected for all Yemeni and has to be out of any political gamble. And particularly when you say take advantages, I mean, you look at all the wars. I mean, the example we give always is Lebanon. Lebanon, despite the 15 years, the central bank remained always out of that. But Lebanese have provided more longer experience with this type of institution. The problem is today, the divide that we are seeing with the central bank, part of it, under the control of the Houthi in Sana'a, and the central bank itself being under, this creates a problem. But then came the issue of the salary. We said, okay, and we have a long discussion. I met the new governor of the central bank in New York when he came for the General Assembly. He was in the delegation of President Hadi. And we had a clear plan of how we have this. And we discussed this even with the Russians, because as you know, Russia, also it's not the government of Russia, it's an institution of Russia who has been printing the money. We have agreed that that money will be used to pay salaries all over the countries. As you know, yes, I acknowledge also, we know that only a portion of that has been done, and probably a small portion. Not big, because we have been given proof that some teachers have been paid in Sana'a, but, and I am saying this in all frankness in front of the major representative of the government here, I think an effort has to be done that. Because that risk of the economy collapsing is even bigger than when you have the economy, and this happens often in wars, where we focus so much on the political solution, and we tend to forget the economy. When the economy collapses, then it will take us, even with a good political agreement, if the economy is not sustained with a number of minimal measures, and one of them, by the way, because you are giving me the opportunity to say, and I'm calling upon all the colleagues who can influence decision maker, is the social welfare fund. We have been advocating that in the meantime, the social welfare fund assists 1.2 million households in Yemen, the poorest of the poor. The colleague from USAID knows this. They have been working on this, the colleague from IMF. So we need to work on that. And I have to tell you, there is already interest from some Gulf countries. We know Kuwait has expressed, for instance, interest. The World Bank has just now provided, and we welcome the World Bank announcement that they are ready to support that. But I'm saying it's not enough. The social welfare fund needs today $400 million to be able, and these are really the poorest of the poorest. We speak, when you take $400 million, everybody thinks, wow, this is a lot. But this family receive $28 a month. I mean, it's like really the minimum of the, but the reason of 400 because it has not been paid since October 2014. So it's a longer, payment back. So we need, in the meantime, that we provide humanitarian assistance to provide also a minimum of cash assistance to these poorest of the poorest. And it's a call. But again, you are absolutely right. You are touching a very key issue. And I'm sorry, I have some appointment. I don't know if I will be here for your intervention, Ambassador or others. We need to know what is the government of Yemen. I'm being very frank with this because I had this same discussion with Prime Minister Ahmed Ben Dal, who is very, very concerned by this issue. I have to give him credit, but we haven't seen enough. My opinion, the payment of salaries have not reached all the Yemeni civil servants, and that's going to be a disaster because the people need this. This is the minimal level. This is just even helping them to just have the minimum level.
Out of 70 billion, only 2.9 billion paid over payments.
I don't have the figures myself, to be honest, and I don't have the figures to be, but I know we got some proof that some teachers have been paid in Sana'a, but as I said, it's really a minimal level, and payment has to happen all over the country. But I mean, we can give you the chance to
Would you wait for the microphone?
Take-
For the comment here?
take this microphone.
Where this one's on.
But just I do all the audience just to read it. We issued at the embassy a paper about the government efforts in the salary issues. We paid not just the teachers, but many sectors in the areas that's controlled by Houthis. But also there are many others that didn't get paid, not just in the areas controlled by the Houthis, but also in the areas controlled by the government. And this is due to many problems, including that all what we receive from the Russian up to now, it's just one maybe 25% of the total amount. Plus that up to now, during the 1 year and a half when the central bank was located in Sana'a. All the taxation, all the revenues from the government side, in the areas controlled by the government was deposited to the central bank in Sana'a. Since we relocated the central bank to Aden, all the areas controlled by the Houthis, they never deposit any revenues that they collected from Hodeidah or other areas to the central bank in Aden. But in general, I think as a government, we are committed to pay all the salaries to the whole Yemenis from Sa'da to Mahra. This is our position, and even President Hadi stated that in his last speech in the Arab League conference summit. Thank you.
And for the suspect, you could identify yourself.
I'm the ambassador of Yemen, bin Mubarak.
Good. Thank you very much. In the back, please.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed Al-Shwaiter. I'm a research associate with Public International Law and Policy Group. Hodeidah port is the main source for the people in the north for all things. And the UN rejected the plan for the coalition to maintain the port. So what's the plan for people in the north? Thank you.
Okay, regarding Hodeidah port, I think I made my point very clear. This was a point I made even in front of the Security Council a few days ago and in my various discussions. We as United Nations are advocating that no military operation should be undertaken in Hodeidah because we see two major risks for any military operation. We see based on and we are not military experts, but what we have seen in Mocha, Port and others, that the risk even militarily are going to be huge for the population. We have seen displacement of population from Mocha going to other areas, and therefore we are worried about a huge impact on the civilian in terms of the population. Two is what you just mentioned, is that the port constitutes today between 70 to 80% of the import of food. And remember what I'm saying, it's not just humanitarian stuff, it's the commercial, it's the flour, it's the sugar, it's the rice that even merchant, traders are importing, and which is essential, especially we are only less than 2 months now from Ramadan, and so it's an essential period of the time. So we are definitely, without any equivocal hesitation, against any military operation. Of course, it's not us who decide what are the decision of the coalition and the government of Yemen if this operation is going. What we are hearing, like you, is that the military operation is going. What I have been saying during the Quint in London, where the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates were represented, is if the operation military has to go, we need to have a contingency plan. That is essential because there is an accountability. Tomorrow, if there is a famine, what is the contingency plan? What are the various roads? Let's suppose in a military operation that Hodeidah is destroyed. What is the contingency plan that is put in place in order to make sure that the flow of humanitarian assistance and of commercial commodities is going to continue? That's an essential point that we should be all asking because it's an accountability issue. There is an element here of, as I said, the risk for famine and already 18.8 million people who need humanitarian assistance. So as I said, there are probably a number of colleagues here who could respond to the possibility of the operation. I have no idea. I'm just saying this out completely of speculation because I have no proof if it's going to happen or not. But what I'm hearing from various sources that it's very likely to happen. But for us, we consider that it is going to have very, very disastrous consequences because of the population. Having said that, I'm not trying to address why I said it. We know there are concerns about the smuggling of arms, the use of these are issues that have to be addressed. But we consider that many of these issues can be addressed at the table of the talks, not through further military action. There is no military solution in Yemen. Even if we were to continue, there is only one solution, it's a political solution.
Eric Polowski, Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Mr. Ambassador, let me just first thank you for your service. I know how hard you and your team have worked on this issue. So, I wondered, you mentioned the South. I wondered if you'd talk about how you see the South playing into the peace process, because it's something that I think often is remarked upon as something that hasn't been fully factored in. And so you mentioned it, and I just thought maybe you'd explain a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Eric. Good to see you. Eric has been also one of our active colleagues and partner given the time he spent at the NSC, so we worked closely together. I would say that the South, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to say that. I know that friends and many leaders of the South always say, this is not going to happen because you are neglecting the issue of the South. We are not neglecting the issue of the South. We consider the issue of the South as an essential issue. But I tell always the colleague, and I have met, Ali Bil, I have met Hamid Nasser Ahmed, I have met most of the leaders of the South, even those who want separation and do not want to hear any more about an union. But I have been telling all of them, I am like a surgeon who is in the operation room, and you have a bleeding patient. What you do first is to stop the bleeding, and then you try to address the liver, the other issues, and I agree, the issue of the South is an essential issue. But putting the South today in the middle of the talks is such a big magnitude and complicated that it will distract us from the top priority for any Yemeni, and all Yemeni present, is to stop the war. Let's stop the war, and then we can discuss anything else. Anything else is for discussion. Now, what is the future of the South? Again, it's the same thing. It's not up to me or to the night. What I know today is Security Council, on behalf of which I speak, is very clear. We recognize the sovereignty and the unity of Yemen and would like to support that. What the Yemeni tomorrow in a political process will decide is up to the Yemeni. It's not up to anybody. But this issue, in addition, and I spoke about our track 2. The track 2 is everything that we cannot address in the main track, when we have our own talks. This is where we address the issue. I spoke of civil society participation, women participation, the economical issues. We have had a number of issues on the central bank, actually with a colleague from World Bank and others. But in the track 2, we have also a major series of sessions run with a number of institutions, and we are looking actually for more partnership. I was very pleased to discuss today with Ambassador the possibility of even us partnering on some of this issue of track 2, but we are working with, Berghoff from Germany and others. One of them, we have at least had so far 2 or 3 major meetings on the Southern issue. Because it's important for me and my team to receive enough information from these various groups, including the group who wants complete separation. As I said, we have no pre-idea about what will be the future in the constitution or what the Yemeni have to decide, because it's up to the Yemeni. But I'm just explaining the reason we have this track 1, the major one I explained, composed of a military and a political solution, is to stop the war. We need to stop the war, go back to the table, but clearly, as soon as we are back to Sana'a or to a political, one of the first issues on the table will be the Southern issue. It's part of the discussion on the future constitution. It has to be dealt with before we enter in any new election and all of that. So it's an essential issue, and it's absolutely not neglected and cannot be neglected. And I know there are a lot of grievances about it, but it's not up to me to determine what and how it's going to be solved. We have one. We haven't taken any many ladies today.
One more question. Okay,
Give a chance to.
And then with a very easy question, could you please talk about the role of Iran in that conflict? Did you feel it in the talks on Kuwait and on the ground in Yemen? Thank you.
No, thank you, because it's very interesting that I didn't get any question on that today. It's the elephant in the room because everybody asked that. No, my position on that is very simple. And I'm telling you because I speak only about, as a special envoy of the UN, about what I know and what is factual. When I came to this conflict like 2 years ago, and I have been frank with my Saudi friends saying, I couldn't see Iran at that moment. I was wondering where is the strong presence. You could see, I was in Syria before as UNDP representative. So I know, in Yemen you wouldn't see that. But I have to say, over time, after 1 year probably in the discussion, even hearing from the Yemeni themselves, it's not even from any outside, we could see that definitely the Houthi themselves, and I was part of some very confidential discussion between the Houthi and Saudi. The Houthi themselves acknowledge that they are receiving a certain degree of support from. They acknowledge it. Then came also the Committee of Sanction, the shipment we have seen with indication, again, I'm not saying proof, indication that at least some of these missiles and some of these arms are originating from Iran. Are they sent by individuals? Is it a traffic of? I am not able to judge that. I'm just saying what is factual. In addition to that, the reality, let's be very frank, the reality is this is a war which for Iran, because I went to Iran twice, people also are asking, have you been? I went to Iran. The Iranians are constantly telling me, we have nothing to do with this. Of course, we support the Houthi, as a minority right for getting part of their share in power. We want to see the war stopping, and they have been constructively always supporting my offer. That's also something I have to say for this. But, as I said, what we are seeing progressively over the time is a strong element of interest of Iran on the issue without being directly involved, where I would say that's why I'm saying this could have been actually the exceptional opportunity for us to see a rapprochement, because for Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries this is very high stake. For Iran it's probably much less. So we could have seen this as one of the first steps actually of rapprochement. But yes, I have to say Iran is not innocent completely on this. That's the reality. What is the degree of involvement, how and well, that's very difficult for me to prove because I can speak only about facts. There are elements we have seen from the parties discussing that that have shown Iran has a strong presence through their embassy in Sana'a. I have met their ambassador, who is the former ambassador to Lebanon and to Syria. Clearly they are a very competent diplomat. But again, as I said, I can't prove the hard data that people are asking for. The Houthi have acknowledged that there have been some trainers from Hezbollah, but they say these trainers have left a long time ago. We had some names because they were provided to me by the coalition, and I have complained to the Houthi. I have a series of names. They said, yes, these people were in Yemen, but this was even 2011, 2012, but they left a long time ago. So this is the factual element I have. I can't go on speculating. Definitely, there is an interest from Iran on this, and I would say it's certainly something where we could see, in my view, an opportunity for a rapprochement if there was goodwill from all sides. Because for me, again, I repeat it, I don't see this as a religious war. That's not true at all. This is actually one of the really terrible, because it's a war of a very poor country for a struggle around power where there is space, in my view, for everybody, and that's very sad, which makes it even very, very sad.
Well, on that
It's
sad
up to
note,
Ambassador.
thank you for joining us. So we're having a short coffee break, and we'll resume here at 10 o'clock for the next panel. Thank you.
director of the new Center for Gulf Affairs here at the Middle East Institute. And again, I'd like to welcome you all here today. It's my pleasure at this time to introduce the moderator for our first panel on the geopolitics surrounding the Yemen conflict. Ms. Ann Guerin is one of the most recognizable and respected reporters on politics and national security in Washington. You have her bio in your program books. You've seen her on PBS Washington Week and on other news analysis shows. And you see her in our hometown newspaper, expertly covering election campaigns, and then for a little comic relief, doing the politics of national security policy making. You may have seen her byline in this morning's Washington Post, writing about Secretary Tillerson's first weeks in office. She's also reported on Yemen and other major hotspots across the Middle East during her distinguished career with the Associated Press. So we're delighted to have Ann leading the conversation today, and I will turn it over to her, and she'll introduce the individual panelists. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Jerry. I always think distinguished career is a euphemism for a long career, meaning the person is old, all true. But I'm delighted to be here, and I really felt very honored to hear the Special Representative's presentation, and I thought he was generous with his time and his insights, and I hope, although he's no longer here, that you'll feel free to ask questions of our panelists that were brought to mind by his presentation. I plan to. I will introduce the panelists in the order of that they will speak to you, and then we'll do a few questions. I'll probably ask one or two of the panelists and open it for what I'm sure will be far better and better informed questions from you. We'll do the same thing when we get to that point of someone will walk around and hand you all a microphone. So with that, I am pleased to introduce someone who probably needs no introduction to you all, Ambassador Ann Patterson, who's a recently retired career Foreign Service Officer and a very experienced diplomat in the Middle East and elsewhere. I think I first met you when you were ambassador to Pakistan, and which was one of only several of your difficult postings. But Ambassador Patterson was the chief U.S. diplomat in charge of the Middle East at the State Department during the last period of the Obama administration, and thus was there for a critical period in U.S. decision-making regarding the level of U.S. involvement and backing for the Saudi-led coalition in Yemen. So I hope she'll be able to talk a bit about what that experience was like, what the U.S. decision-making was based on, and from her perspective now, how well she thinks some of the decisions made then are playing out. I hope that isn't putting too much pressure on you. And next we have Mr. Ambassador, who introduced himself to the group earlier, but His Excellency Ahmed Awad bin Mubarak is the U.S. Ambassador to Yemen and is speaking here as a representative of the Hadi government. Did I say it wrong? Did I say it backwards? Oh, my apologies. Well, see, I need fact checkers and copy editors and everybody. Everybody needs an editor. I need many of them. Yeah, absolutely. Speaking here as representative of the Hadi government, I think he will tell us what he believes can be done to end the war. And what the U.S. involvement is doing or not doing toward that end. And I think I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts in response to the UN Special Representative about the dissolution or at least the pause in the peace process. And Mr. Mohammed Abahum is the founder of the Justice and Building Party in Yemen, and a very experienced politician, member of civil society in Yemen going back a couple of decades. The party he helped to found was the first independent political party formed after the 2011 Arab Spring uprising, which is, I think, an important distinction given some of Yemen's fractured politics before and afterward. And I'd be interested to hear a little bit about where you see the political process going now and surrounding the peace process. And also, I think it will be interesting to hear where you think the Hadi government may have gone off course. I believe you were initially supportive of many of their efforts, and now less so. So with that, I will turn the microphone over to Ambassador Patterson.
Thank you very much, Ann. And let me thank Yemi and Ambassador Chamberlain for organizing this event. And I too want to add my voice to congratulate the Special Envoy who has put his heart and soul into this effort over many months. And I don't think anyone on the planet could have done a better job under these circumstances. So I know he's no longer here, but his performance was absolutely a hero one. I've been asked to make some comments on the regional context of this 2-year war. And let me start by saying that Yemen is no stranger to violence. The Houthis had fought 6 wars against the presidency of Ali Abdullah Saleh since 2004. But this one was fundamentally different in the level of intensity of involvement by outside players, outside powers, and the role of the international community. And I do want to discuss, as the conflict persisted, direct U.S. interests became increasingly at risk. Those of us working, I think, on the Middle East in the past few years began to see Sunni-Shia tensions as the issue in the region. They may be subsiding now for reasons we can discuss, and this is an immensely sophisticated audience, so we want to have a dialogue about next steps. But certainly in 2015, the vicious civil war in Syria, in which Hezbollah and Iran were attacking, helped Bashar al-Assad attack a primarily Sunni population, the unrest in Bahrain, the steady evolution of Hezbollah from a ragtag guerrilla group to a canny and prominent political party, and then the Iran nuclear agreement, which our allies in the Gulf incorrectly saw as a zero-sum game, all contributed to the perception that the Shia and Iran were encroaching on traditional Sunni territory. This was all taking place when the Houthis and President Saleh took over Yemen by force and drove out the legitimately elected government. This brought to a halt hopes that had been raised by the BCC initiative and the national dialogue that a true political process would get underway, and that importantly, in my view, a system of autonomous government would be imposed on large parts of the country. It is also important to remember as we discuss this that the international community, through the Security Council in Resolution 2216, put in place an arms embargo and sanctions against the Houthis and was a ringing endorsement of the legitimately elected government. Sunni-Shia tensions were nothing new, as many of us know who worked on this area, but the Gulf Arabs, I think, had always believed that the U.S. had their back. One of the examples we always use is the reflagging of Kuwaiti tankers in 1987. And Jerry Firestein once put it, keeping Iran off the Arabian Peninsula for the Saudis was like the Monroe Doctrine for the United States. So when the Houthis and Ali Abdullah Saleh took over Sana'a and ejected the government, the Gulf countries saw it as a direct threat to their sovereignty. I want to go to Amal's question. Within the U.S. government during the first few months of the war, there was a lot of debate about the extent of Iranian involvement with the Houthis. As I said, these uprisings were nothing new. There were anecdotal reports that the Houthis had Iranian security personnel inside there, for instance, but the general consensus was what Ismail said, that there was not there was not a large Iranian support for the Houthis, and if there were, it wasn't militarily significant. And there were multiple reasons that the Houthis were not going to be an Iranian proxy. But over time, there's simply no question that this changed. And in my view, it was designed to be sort of in your face to both the Gulf Arabs and the international community. The Iranians have absolutely no strategic interest in Yemen, but for them the war proved valuable and timed Saudi Arabia and the members of the coalition down into a costly stalemate with no obvious exit. There was also little question that the Saudi government was shown to be ill-equipped to handle an extended military campaign. Despite the efforts of Secretary Kerry, the Special Envoy, and others in the international community to broker a ceasefire and participate in months of negotiations supported tirelessly by the government of Kuwait, the situation remains stalemated today and in desperate need of resumed negotiations. For the U.S., the strategic implications of this conflict are significant. First, there's the critically important issue of freedom of navigation in the region, for which, for want of a better word, the U.S. has been historically responsible. The most obvious choke point was the Bab el-Mandab at the mouth of the Red Sea. Not only do 19,000 ships a year transit this strait, but it is the gateway to the Suez Canal, Egypt's main source of foreign exchange, into the Mediterranean pipeline. The Houthis unwisely tried to attack a U.S. ship last October and attacked Saudi and UAE ships more recently, which has made this threat crystal clear. The Bab el-Mandab and the Straits of Hormuz control or account for about 60% of the world's oil transit. The U.S. is deeply involved elsewhere in the Middle East and isn't eager to more aggressively monitor shipping lanes, much less engaged in costly activities such as escorting shipping. The second strategic issue, I think, for the U.S. was the persistence of attacks by the Houthis against the Saudi border, the territory of a long-standing strategic U.S. ally. The Saudi government has been forced to evacuate portions of two sizable Saudi cities on the border, Jizan and Najran, and now plays a cat-and-mouse game with the Houthis on the border. In recent months, the Houthis, apparently with outside help, have also shown an ability to shoot longer-range missiles well into Saudi Arabia, and the almost certain likelihood of an expanded conflict if any of these missiles should hit a major Saudi city. The third issue for the United States, and Jerry talked about this in his testimony last week, has been the erosion of the relationship between Saudi Arabia and the U.S. and Saudi Arabia and Britain, two of its longest allies. I would add this to the breakdown of the relationship between Saudi Arabia and much of the UN system. Of course, there have been debates about American arms sales to Saudi Arabia going back many years, but these became more intense and more focused as criticism of airstrikes hitting civilians mounted. The United States throughout urged the Saudis to investigate, explain, and redress these strikes, but admittedly not with much success for cultural reasons, among other issues that we can discuss. Increasingly and unfortunately, in my view, these airstrikes and the humanitarian disaster in Yemen led to questions in the U.S. about the usefulness of the long-standing relationship with Saudi Arabia. And then finally, and perhaps most importantly for the United States and for all our neighbors, the war has complicated our shared fight against al-Qaeda, which has a long history of plotting against the United States from Yemen. There have been considerable progress against al-Qaeda in the past few years, but it has stalled out recently as our joint ability to fight terrorists has been eroded because of the civil war. For all these reasons, and again, I think the Special Envoy was correct in his somewhat negative perspective on this situation. Secretary Kerry, the Special Envoy, many other people in this room personally engaged in efforts to both get a peace process going and to put a ceasefire in place for many months. I think we might discuss in more detail, given the Special Envoy's comments with this group, the likelihood of an attack on the port of Hodeidah and what the implications of that might be for the humanitarian situation and for the peace process. And others on this panel can discuss the details of the negotiations. So, thank you.
Rahim. Allow me at the beginning to express my appreciation to the Middle East Institute for organizing this event and for the excellent arrangements. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much, Dr. Mehdi. I'm very delighted and honored to be among this great panel. I'm delighted to see again Honorable Ann Patterson, who worked together during the last 2 years on many occasions. Also my colleagues Mohammed Ibn Luhoum, who we started this hard journey together 2011 during the revolution, also called the Arab Spring, and we were a big dreamer. And I think we have a lot of evaluation and assessment that we need to shape. I'm here in order to shed light, on a conflict which unfortunately has entered a catastrophic phase. The humanitarian condition in Yemen is, acute. And I think, the next or second session we will discuss a lot of details regarding the difficult humanitarian conditions that Yemen, goes through. But no doubt that thousands have lost their lives and millions were internally displaced. I want today to devote part of my intervention just to, clarifying a major misconception about Yemen's conflict, which in turn will pave the way for better understanding to the cause of the problem and to finding a doable and sustainable solution for the Yemeni problem that need to be addressed. I hear many, some of whom know Yemen very well, believe that the main cause that fuels the conflict in Yemen is sectarian or regional tension. And this is simply not true. This is not to say that the regional and the sectarian tension in the region didn't exploit the conflict and thus made it more worse. Especially the Iranian intervention, which started not just after the war. I think just we have here Ambassador Wilstein, I think in 23rd January 2013. We have huge and very clear objective proof, Jihan 1 and Jihan 2 ship, full with weapons from Iran to Yemen, to the Houthis, and a lot of other proofs. So it's not just started after the war started in March. It's already documented long time ago. But and I found myself agreeing with all what the special envoy Ismail said about the Yemeni problem, the cause of conflict. The majority of what he stated and said, I found myself in his line, except this factual issues, which is the Iranian intervention. So what I have just to explain and make it clear that the sectarian and regional factors were not the drive, nor were the cause for the spirit of change. The outcry of change happened in 2011, which was the starting point for the transitional period. Some others believe that the GCC initiatives and its mechanism, and maybe also the other references, are outdated. So something need to be revisited totally. It's not appropriate at all. I do agree with them. For example, from my perspective, personal perspective, GCC wasn't the perfect, agreement, but it works. It was that time, the perfect thing that promised us peace and stability in Yemen, comparing to what was starting in Syria, for example. So I believe, if we just follow the mechanism of the GCC initiatives. Now we will be enjoying with the new parliament, new president, new Yemen. So just if you follow, the well-written structure. But I think we made all the Yemenis elite, political parties, everyone, the international community, two historical mistakes, and I think we have to learn from that. First, that Houthis have, should have been pressured more to become a political party, and not be allowed to benefit from being part of the political process. At the same time, maintain their, militia and military, instruments. Secondly, I think former President Saleh should have been granted amnesty, which was the prize, only with condition that he stops interfering in the political. So letting him in. Benefiting from all the network, all the world, I think that was a big mistake. For that reason, I think any future plan should take these two mistakes in consideration. Otherwise, we will just repeat the same thing, and we will fix the effects, not the cause of the problem. And regrettably, unfortunately, some are now again promoting the same proposal in this regard. I think, in my opinion, the main cause of the conflict was the persistent, the continued illusion of power. On one hand, we have a dictator, which is Abdullah Saleh, who simply refused to let go, and believed that he can meddle his way back to power. That, On the other hand, we have Houthis who believe they too have a shot at being in the control through bypassing the political process by force, and this is what they did. And I think this is also explain, the origin of the alliance between Saleh and Houthis. While, as you know, that there were 6 wars between the government, the Yemeni government at that time, which is ruled by Saleh and Houthis. Having said that, I must clarify also that Houthis are not an ethnicity or minority in that sense who are being targeted by the majority. They are a military who were and still are welcome to participate in the political process like any other parties in Yemen, but as a political party, not as armed militias. Knowing that, I think we can talk about the solution. Houthis, as I said, they were not isolated or marginalized. They were part of the national dialogue, the pre-preparation of the national dialogue, They were part of the constitution. After we signed the peace and partnership agreement, they were part of the government. And they have even the upper say. They were part of everything. But all these efforts ended with that Houthis getting everything without giving anything. When we signed the peace and partnership agreement after they entered Sana'a and occupied the capital, which was the main reason for signing this agreement, is avoiding their intervention and capturing the capital. But they did, and they get everything, and they got everything without giving anything. I still remember, personally, I participated. I was part of the consultancy team, consultative team in the talks, in the peace talks in Geneva, in PA, and in Kuwait. In PA, they refused even to talk to us. They told us, go to the Riyadh hotels. We are controlling everything. and then that day, when just I appeared in Geneva, they took over my apartment in Sana'a, and they bombed the house of my colleague Abdulaziz Al-Jubari. In BA, the same things. In Kuwait, we signed the final proposal submitted by the special envoy. We, as the Yemeni government, although we have crucial comments on the proposal, but we signed the proposal. So again, I think understanding all these facts, I think it's paving the road, for better understanding and finding a sustainable solution. Now, I think Yemen is totally different than the other cases. For example, in Yemen, we have all the sources of, we have the NDC, which is reflected in a draft of constitutions, need to be revisited and go to the referendum. We have the second phase of the GCC initiatives, which need to be followed. And we have the Security Council Resolution 2216. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. What we have to do is just having more push on the right direction. Sending the wrong signals to the Houthis, which usually misread by Houthis and Saleh. And if you just return back to the last few months, forming the Salvation government, the political council, after each high official meetings with Houthis, they misread this attempt from the international community to solve the Yemeni problem, as it is in their way to recognize and legitimize their coup. So I think sending the strong and the right signals from the international community, I think is and based on the three references, I think it will help a lot on achieving or reaching a sustainable peace settlement. We fully supported Ismail Wali Sheikh efforts. We did, and we will continue to do that. We have for sure some comments, and I think we believe the Yemeni conflict, the conflict in Yemen is a Yemeni conflict, need to be discussed and solved within a Yemeni forum. Any ready-made cook will not, I think, work in Yemen, giving the special envoy more space to get the Yemenis again on the table and focusing on the ceasefire issues and stopping the war. I think this is the first step. That was from the beginning our recommendation. You cannot get a very comprehensive deal and put it on the table. This will not work. I think building the capacity of the de-escalation and coordination committee and enable them to start, overseas the ceasefire and having, solid ceasefire. I think this will be the first step to moving on this path. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I'm ready to respond to any question. Thank you very much.
Mr. Abulahum?
Thank you very much. Thank you for this institute. Thank you to Ambassador Chamberlain. Thank you to Ambassador Jerry Pressline, dear friend. We worked very closely in Yemen. Thanks to the panel, Ambassador Patterson and my dear friend Ahmed. I will try to focus on some points, because I think we've seen too many things happening in the last 2 years, and I will try. I'm not here to defend or attack any group, because we've had that for the last 2 years, and I think we've done enough of that. So today, what do we do? Where are we heading with Yemen? My main objective is that the citizens who are affected, and I think we've heard some figures from UN envoy that are devastating figures, from 8 million to 19 million. Probably by next week or next month we'll be at the 20 million and up. So I will start of giving some points about the current situation and what is happening, and then I will focus on some thoughts that I think will help move us forward after what we did in Kuwait. I know that many of us here, on top of our mind is Iran. We cannot deny that they have ambition in the region and have played a destabilizing role by supporting non-state armed groups. However, Yemenis do not view Iran as an ally yet, and I would like you to underline ally yet. While Iran investment in Yemen is minimal, the return has been high, due to us and other regional powers in mishandling the situation. In brief, their goal will not stop. They are patient and will not let go easily. Unlike Saudi Arabia, our history goes a long way in this relationship, and it should improve through confident building moving forward. It's very essential we move in that direction. Yemen will always be either a point of strength or weakness to Saudi and the Gulf. It's about time that we all work together to ensure that Yemen can be a source of stability. After all, this is the only option that we have. And when we come to the US, the new US administration has a critical role to play. Not only in Yemen, but the whole region is waiting to see what you will do in an area facing many challenges. You can start by helping Yemen become a success story in an area that desperately needs that hope. Of course, we have imminent challenges facing us. One is humanitarian, as a result of hunger. If not properly dealt with, and immediately, we will face a catastrophic situation. Yemen does not need your sympathy in a year or a year and a half. We need serious action to be taken today so that we do not lose Yemen to the unknown. The other important point that is essential in Yemen, and I think Mr. Walid al-Sheikh Ismail touched on it, and it's very essential and important, is that the expansion of radical groups, Daesh, AQAP, and others, as a result of fighting and the absence of state, creating a safe haven for them to move freely. And sometimes I get surprised when people try to underestimate the expansion of these radical groups. I think they are spread from Hadramaut all the way to Shabwa, to Al-Bayda, to Marib, to Sana'a, to any city. And I think the more fighting we have and the more deterioration of the economy, you will see an expansion. And especially what is happening in Syria and Iraq, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of a movement going in that direction. These 2 points should be taken into consideration since we have no time to waste. Yemenis have suffered enough. This conflict has torn the country apart. Even families are split between the different positions in the war. In order to move forward, and we have to be realistic about it, we need direct, constructive talks with all conflicting groups, including Saleh GPC, and I would like to stress Saleh GPC. Sometimes reality has to check in. Since the ambassador we spoke, we were in 2011, had that dream of getting rid and moving and hoping to see a new thing moving on. But reality today is not the same as what was in 2011. Today we have serious things on the ground. We have to deal with what is happening on the ground in order to move forward. And I think for the GPC, it's essential to move forward, and we cannot talk about a GPC without Saleh, and I think the events have shown that. And in previous talks, and this will take us even to what was happening in Oman or in Kuwait, in previous talks, focus was on one side and ignoring the other. We have to accept the situation in order to move forward. We might not like the idea of talking to all sides. However, we have to put everything aside and have constructive talks. We need no spoilers in order to move forward. We cannot have room for spoilers. And the more you isolate them, they will become more and more, and it's easy to be a serious spoiler. The UN Special Envoy needs all support and pressure on all sides to go back into the negotiation with the willingness to compromise. Here I suggest we utilize all efforts needed, we should include Russia, France, and China to the group of 4 plus Oman. Since the 5 members of the UN Security Council have had a united and a positive position from day one in the conflict of Yemen. And I think we have seen the Security Council, the member 5 of Security Council, united in most of the position, unlike what you would see the conflict in Syria and what have you. So we have to utilize this, and I think with the Russians in, and with the French and the Chinese, we will have even more space that we can communicate with the different groups. That's in order to move forward. Another issue that I will touch just very briefly, shortly, is the South. We cannot ignore the South. Finally, in the South, the legitimate government has to play a more productive role with all sides, not favoring one over the other, especially the ones that sacrificed most in Aden during liberation. The last thing we need is another cycle of violence based on sectarian division. Now, how can we jumpstart what we left in Kuwait? Where do we go from here? I have some thoughts that probably will put us on the path and might help, and of course, every thought is always appreciated wherever it comes, but I think at this time that these points will help us, direct us to move forward. First of all, number one, we need a temporary ceasefire that will allow humanitarian access to all parts of the country on the following basis. Airstrikes will come to a halt. Cross-border fighting and attacks will stop. No missiles will be fired. Security plan for Sana'a has to be delivered no later than 30 days with the supervision of the UN Special Envoy. Number two, Al-Hudaydah. Al-Hudaydah is very important, and I think any military action in there is not recommended or advised at all. What should be done in Hudaydah port should be kept open and bring in new equipment to operate to full function with UN supervision for all cargo. In exchange, Houthis will pull back from the port to an agreed upon location. After UN inspection of shipments has been done, all these shipments will be handed to business people who know the area well and who are well respected and who can distribute the goods throughout the country. Any interception by the Houthis will put this deal off. 3. Sana'a Airport. Sana'a Airport to resume flights with clear conditions and satisfactory inspection to serve those that need it most. I don't see why Sana'a Airport should be closed anymore, or why it was closed. Because if you were keen not to let some individuals travel, they would never use the local airline. They would use other airlines that we all know. Again, these points, and the fourth point that we have to keep in mind is that, seriously, the interim government that will help in moving forward is that it has to include all groups. And it has to be a government that is willing to work seriously with the GCC. We have to have a strong and a serious partnership with GCC, and I think Yemen needs GCC and vice versa. So it's about time that we work and reality has to kick in to both sides. These points should pave the way to go back to the negotiation table with the intent to reach a political solution that is desperately needed in Yemen. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'll start first with Mr. Ambassador. You heard the UN Special Envoy speak movingly about what he clearly saw as a peaceful solution that was within reach and yet slipped away last year. Do you agree with his assessment that it was within reach? And what responsibility does your government bear for the fact that it didn't happen And if I might, I'd ask you to address with some specificity some of the practical solutions that were raised here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just I want to clarify, after 90 days of negotiation and 115 days in Kuwait, what Ismail Sheikh submitted, the UN submitted to the, all parties was exactly what Mr. Mohammed Abu Luhum, just addressed and just suggested. And we as a government, we signed it. Although we have a lot of comments. So we agreed that they would withdraw from just 3 zone A areas, which is Sana'a, Ta'az, and Al-Hudaida. And there was, after they, starting with the, I believe that it should be security and political, arrangements. We cannot just talk about the security arrangement without also talking about the political arrangements. But I think we should start with the security arrangements. And we have specific requirements, and exactly what Mr. Mohammed Abu Luhum just now, suggesting and proposing. That was, what we agreed on during Kuwait. We agreed to have, ceasefire, to have access to the humanitarian aid to everywhere. We agreed that not just in Kuwait, even in BA. In BA, we agreed on what was so-called the building, confident building measures. And one of these measures was, having open access to for the humanitarian aid to everywhere, especially to that. So I think as we are discussing the issues from as we are starting, all what now is proposing on the table, we went through that. During the 2 years of war and before that, because we believe that there is no military solution for the Yemeni conflict. This is our belief from the beginning, and we did our best. We tried to avoid, getting to a conflict when we signed the peace and partnership agreement, and we give everything without getting anything. So I think the Yemeni government are responsible. We know the price that our people are paying on a daily basis. How they are suffering everywhere. But also we have challenges. We are now positive. Ismail proposed to start and to resume the talks, to reactivate the de-escalation and coordination committee. This is the first step. Our delegation, they are still in Dhahran al-Junub from July 2016 up to now, waiting just for the other party to come and to start discussing the ceasefire. So in terms of ceasefire, we are ready to discuss it. In terms of a start or resuming the political talks based on that, but also until we reach that, we cannot just wait while our people is suffering. Just all people talking about Hudaida. Just give you an example. Hudaida, which is one of the main gateway. Al-Hudaida port is just few meters from Al-Hudaida governorate and Tahama, including part of Hajjah and most of the famine, striving is in Hudaida. It's just few meters from the port. 2 years controlled by the Houthis authorities. And everyone is talking about the humanitarian condition in Yemen, while 70% of the international aid coming through this gateway. And then everyone asking us just to wait, not taking any action. We asked the UN, okay, we will not take any further action. Can you not run the board, but having some observers just monitor the process just to ensure that Houthis are not, doing smuggling, are not benefiting from the taxation, black market, Hudaida governments are, for the last 2 years suffering and starving, while the port is just few meters from. So I think what we hear all the times in the newspaper and also to be honest, some of the politicians repeated, we went through, and we are open. I served as the Secretary General of the National Dialogue, and before that I was an activist during the revolution, and I was in the same tenet with the Houthis, who later on abducted me, who later on just recently they brought Houthis court, they sentenced me to death with other 6 senior assistants to President Hadi. So I have the honor to be sitting with you while I'm wanted. We went through all this tough time, and we are still ready. I believe we don't want to isolate anyone, including Houthis. Well, up to now, I believe we don't have a sectarian problem in Yemen. We start to hear now Sunni, Shi'i, Zaydi, Shafi'i in Yemen. This does not exist in Yemen. We are praying in the same mosque. We have and it's not between the south and north. I believe on the federal state. So I'm originally from Aden, but I believe that still the proposal made by the National Dialogue, which everyone signed, including the Houthis. I was part of the region committee. I was actually the rapporteur of the they didn't say anything. During the National Dialogue in 10 months, 17 proposals submitted by all the parties. All they proposed federal state, including Houthis, including Saleh group, just 2 groups, Salafis, Al-Rashad, they proposed to have simple state, so they said don't change, and Hirak, they want separation at the beginning. 15 out of 17, they proposed by themselves, federal states, with different formalities, and they signed. Houthis were over-represented in the National Dialogue and in the Constitution's drafting committee. People who are close to the Houthis or representing Houthi, more than 7 out of 17 members. And out of the 17 members, 16 signed the draft of constitution, except just one, Abdurrahman al-Mukhtar. So I think we have to know exactly, the illusion, the continued illusion of power, the structure of power, the cause of conflict the cause of the conflict in Yemen, and having better understanding to propose the right. What we're asking for is just push in the right direction, not in the wrong direction. For some, it's just project. For us, it's our life, it's our people. And we, I still have part of my family in Sana'a, my wife's family in Sana'a, and every day I receive call from any place in Yemen. I'm afraid if it is in Aden, something happened, or if it is in Sana'a, something has happened to my wife's, family. So, sorry for taking this, long time, but just this is from my heart, and I think we as Yemeni, we are fed up. We don't war anymore. We want, peace. We want to return back to the peaceful, arrangements. And I believe that we have the basis. But what we want from the international community is pushing in the right direction and not giving any wrong signals to the Houthis that they can, legitimize what they did, and they are most welcome to be part of the future of Yemen as just as a political party as the others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ambassador Patterson, we haven't spoken much here about the U.S. backing for the Saudi-led coalition. My newspaper reported the other day that the Trump administration appears to be leaning toward lifting some of the restrictions imposed by the Obama administration on the scope of that support, or at least speeding up some of the decisions to approve things that the Saudis want for that campaign. Do you think that's a good idea? And we've heard from a couple of speakers here today that there's no military solution. Do you agree? And if so, what is the U.S. doing furthering military involvement?
So, do I think that's a good idea? Yes, I think that's a good idea. I think again, there are hugely complex issues on the ground and on the humanitarian side that have to be addressed. But the bottom line for the U.S. is that the Saudis want the U.S. in the region and the Iranians don't. And I think we should sell precision-guided missiles to Saudi Arabia because I think they'll be more accurate in their targeting than they've been to date. I would say that we should help them more with their targeting rather than less. We pulled back, as you know, during the process, and certainly these attacks on civilian targets like the funeral parlor were a key element of that, but we pulled back our support over time for Saudi Arabia. This had not only it has all kinds of military implications, but what it had would, I think, a profound effect on Saudi confidence and on Saudi relations with the U.S. and they were far more inclined to sort of lash out and not participate in a peace process than they would have been if we had assisted them.
And to the point of whether or not a military solution is actually
no, of course, a military solution isn't feasible in Yemen for all the reasons that we've discussed at this table. There has to be a political solution. But what we have now is a very painful and worsening stalemate. And there may be military options that could move that stalemate one direction or the other.
Mr. Abdullah, since a fair amount of discussion so far has been about whether the peace process, whether there actually is still a chance for a peace process, whether it could be resurrected. What do you think is different now? And you mentioned that we have a new U.S. administration and whose views and involvement are being welcomed here. What is different now, do you think, in terms of where the conflict stands than it was at the time that the Kuwait process started to come apart? And what hope do you have for, say, the next 6 to 8 months?
Thank you. First, I do agree with Ambassador Ahmed that no militia in Yemen should have arms. All militias have to submit their arms to the state. We need to have a plan for that. And I think, and I do agree that the Houthis have to be a political party in order to be effective and viable. And of course, the sentence of Ahmed, we all do condemn that. And I don't think sometimes in our part of the world, these sentences are not as bad as they sound. I think we passed through this stage in '94. I think I was one of those sentenced in '94, so it's always nothing to really worry about. And we hope that people will get over these things, especially in Sana'a. What is different? Different is time. Time is always different. People are exhausted. People are tired. People are hungry. People want peace in Yemen. This is what's different. So what was not accepted a year ago, today, people will listen. What was not accepted last month, people today will take. So timing is everything. So we have a new administration and everybody is waiting and anticipating what is this administration is going to do. And everybody is worried. How can we satisfy this administration? So if they want to have a good legacy to start with, I think they haven't been doing that well right now about some of the local issues or they've had some problems here and there. I think they can have a real success in that area. Yemen conflict is not as complex as what is in Syria or in Libya. As I do agree with what's been said, we do not have a religious war in Yemen. We do not have a full-scale civil war in Yemen. We have pockets of fighting that erupt from time to time. And they're still manageable if we focus more. And I believe that time is important, and what was not accepted last year or what was not accepted in Kuwait, I hear from the different groups that yes, we are ready to move forward. And I think we should take the opportunity and move in this direction. I am optimistic. If you ask me where are we heading in the 6-8 months, we are at the crossroad. Will we go in the direction of peace or will we continue the fighting? How do we stay on the course of peace? Again, I go back to the notion that when In war, you decide, but when it comes to negotiations, we all have to compromise. Without compromise, we're not going to go anywhere. You cannot tell me that somebody who is controlling military or army and we don't want to talk to him. No, we have to accept each other, because the idea is that we need a transitional period, but a fixed transitional period that will take us to an election where the ballot box will decide. In order to reach that, we have to satisfy and listen to everybody, and I think it is important, and time is more appropriate than it was 6 months ago, more than it was last week, and more than it was yesterday.
Thank you. I think it would be much more interesting to turn to the audience questions than to have any more of mine. So start with you, sir. Wait for the microphone.
Hi, good morning. I'm Tim Lenderking from the Department of State, and I thought it might be interesting to offer a couple of comments more than questions, since what the administration thinks has come up a few times. I think, first of all, we very much associate ourselves with the outline that Sheikh Ismail provided in the first session about the way forward and the contours of the conflict and the various strands that need to be picked up. And I think Dr. Mohammed also spoke about some of those. Ambassador Patterson was absolutely right. I think it answered your question, Ann, about how we see the provision of PGMs. That's just one part of a realignment of the U.S.-Saudi relationship that is underway. It's real, it's happening. A very significant visit by the Deputy Crown Prince 2 weeks ago to Washington. And we're looking to build on that. And I think that's going to provide a lot of the foundation, not only that we see for helping to end the conflict in Yemen, but to broader Middle East efforts. The key point, one key point I think I want to emphasize is that we don't view this conflict as peripheral. This is a very important struggle that's going on in the region, and it's distracting at least Saudi Arabia, but a number of other countries where we want attention to be focused on some of the more challenging conflicts like Syria. We had a very successful visit by Prime Minister Abadi last week from Iraq. There's some momentum in the Iraq relationship, and the Saudi-Iraq relationship. So I think you do see some important alignments beginning to take shape even in this early stage. We're fortunate to have a Secretary of State who knows Yemen. He's lived there. He knows many of the key players. We're extremely well served by an ambassador who's a genuine expert on Yemen. And importantly, even though he doesn't reside in Yemen due to security reasons, he maintains regular contact with all of the parties. That doesn't mean, I think, to say that this is going to be easy. I think even if we may agree that it's the easier or less contorted of the Middle East conflicts, it's going to be very difficult. And we've got to have important alignment from Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, the Brits, our Omani partners also. All of these are, I think, very key entities. So I think the point I want you to, that I would like to leave everybody with, is the sense of urgency that in fact this administration is putting on this conflict, and that we're hopeful that our efforts are going to bear fruit over time. Thank you.
Sir?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tom Lippman. I'm with MEI. In a previous incarnation, I had the job that Ann Gearan has now. My question is addressed to Ambassador Mubarak. I think if there's one thing that everyone who's spoken so far has agreed on, is that there's no military solution to this conflict. Over the past 18 months, I've heard high-ranking representatives of the government of Saudi Arabia, including the foreign minister, articulate at least 5 different and not necessarily compatible objectives for the coalition's air campaign, right? None of which, in my opinion, can be achieved from the air. What then is the purpose? What is the objective? What would be the definition of victory for the Saudi-led coalition?
Ann and Ambassador, do you want to both take a shot at that?
Well, I'm not talking here on behalf of the, our brothers and colleagues in Saudi, but I think, Saudi is intervened in Yemen, responding to our request. And why they did do that? They do that because, a coup taking place in the country, and the militias took over the capital of the country, and peaceful political process was, ongoing, and the militias, in alliance with the special forces of Saleh, they did what you know. So now again, if the militias agreed, as they say, that they are, in accordance with the Security Council resolution, we are ready tomorrow to start the ceasefire and resume the political talks. So from our perspective, from the perspective of our colleagues, we don't have any military objectives. What we have to do is ending up the coup. We have to restore the state. We all we agree that the vacuum happened because of the stolen the state. The AQB benefited from that, and it became heaven for them. So. I think that the crucial point is that the international community making more pressure in this timing on the militias and on the other parties. I don't want to call them the militias, just the militias, Saleh and the Houthis, to return back to the talks and to start discussing the political solution based on the three references, which is the completing the GCC initiative and its mechanism, the national dialogue outcome, which means we have to refine the draft of constitutions, and starting the process to have general election, and the Security Council, which is based on these two national and regional preferences. So it's I think if you exactly these questions should be asked the other parties, not us, not our brothers in Saudi Arabia. And just I want to comment and mention that we have no doubt that the previous administration genuinely and also honestly they worked from their heart to and all their attempts was to find a solution in Yemen. Maybe in the end we have some different opinion, but we know for certain that they were doing their best to find and to reach a resolution in Yemen. And so far, what we are receiving from the current new administration, it's very strong and right signals, and I think it will be very helpful on pushing all the parties to sit again on the table. So I think timing, I agree with my colleagues. Pushing in the right direction, not in the wrong direction. And also, I think the three references. It's the only solution. It's the only basis for any solution in Yemen. And after all these sacrifices and all what we paid, we will not accept any more any militias. In Yemen.
Could you take on a little bit of the question of what the Saudis are doing here and whether they have articulated I guess, workable and reasonable military strategy that we actually, the United States, see them pursue?
Well, no, it's obviously not a very workable strategy, and I think your question is a good one because I think they had multiple reasons that I think evolved over time. And I think the first reason was to push back the territory that the Houthis held and discourage them because, again, I think largely, I still think the Saudis saw this in mostly geopolitical terms about Iranian encroachment on the Arabian Peninsula. So they tried to push back territory. They supported the troops of the legitimate government. They funded tribal elements as well. But they still lacked a ground force largely. And then when the attacks on the border, and this was really what brought down a number of ceasefires, the attacks on the border would accelerate and the Saudis would resume airstrikes, mostly I think in a retaliatory fashion because of course you really can't have your population shelled from another country. So it became a vicious cycle, and it was very expensive for the Saudis and very cheap for the Iranians to do this because they, as I say, I was struck as this whole process went on, you didn't need zillions of dollars of U.S. intelligence to tell you what the Iranians were doing. They were pretty upfront about it, and it was extremely well known in the region. So So it became a vicious, and I think, again, I think you're right, there were multiple reasons involved over time. But they would be the first to say, and I don't know if there are any Saudi diplomats here, I don't want to speak to them, but they're desperately eager to get out of this war and pursue a negotiated settlement. They've been totally consistent about that.
Do you agree with that assessment, and how concerned are you from your position about the proxy war aspect of, that we've heard a little bit about here?
Again, I do agree, colleague, that for Saudi Arabia, I think we look at it as a Yemeni. It's very important for all of us that we should have a Saudi that is stable, a Saudi that is working with everybody, a Saudi that has a bigger role, and not to be dragged or continue to be dragged in the war in Yemen. There are bigger missions, bigger goals that will be facing the area, and I look at radical groups are the next wave that are coming. And this is where everybody has to be focusing. And all of us, what is a face saving? A face saving is that we all work. Saudi Arabia has to be a serious partner. It has always been a serious partner with Yemen, and this is one of the best face saving. Yemenis will always look at Saudi Arabia and they will not look anywhere else. So how do we enhance this relationship? How do we improve this relationship? How do we build this confidence again? It's going to take some time, but I think the US and others have to help in bridging this gap, and Yemen has to prove that it is a viable and a neighbor that can not be a source of instability to the region. We have to get things moving. An honest, serious partnership has to be done. And sometimes when I hear about what is a face saving is that if you can provide security or safety for Yemenis. I think sometimes when you look at Yemen, a country of 30 million, in a neighborhood where the per capita income in Yemen does not exceed $1,000 a year, and in a neighborhood of 70,000, there has to be something done in order to get things moving in Yemen. Yemen cannot continue to be in this path or in this poverty in that neighborhood, and I think the Saudis are keen about Yemen and they are helping and they have helped, but I think more has to be done from both sides in order to build this confidence back again.
Sure. Microphone down here in front.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Hassan. I was born in Tehran. And my question is to the Honorable Ambassador. I just heard that we have 30 million people in Yemen. And I heard from you that there was a coup some time ago that started the whole process of destruction in Yemen. How many of these 30 million people do you represent as an ambassador of Yemen? And is there a government somewhere for Yemen that is functioning right now?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm representing the entire Yemen, the whole Yemeni people. The legitimate government of Yemen are controlling now not less than 80% of the Yemeni territories. I think Houthis and Saleh are not recognized by the majority of Yemenis, and also regionally and internationally. So this is my simple answer to your question. Thank you very much.
I think we don't want to be dragged into this kind of discussion. There is a legitimate government that is recognized by everybody. Today we are asking what are the ways to find solutions, not more divisions. And that's when I said timing. Let's not go on who's illegitimate and who's not. The UN resolutions are clear. The international community is clear. But today, it's time for reconciliation. How can we all get together back to the discussion table? And this is where we should all focus.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nabila Tibsi. Yes, you all mentioned the involvement of Yemen. There are other, in the Yemeni conflict, there are other players too. It is a geopolitical conflict. The strategic location of Yemen it is cursed because of its strategic location. So if our goal here is for humanitarian cause, and we are fed up with the conflict as Yemeni, as Mr. Abraham mentioned, I think we need to understand that each person who is involved in the conflict believes that he has a cause for fighting. Whether we perceive them as a legitimate government or rebel, it doesn't matter. That's how they believe. And when they come to the negotiation table, they need consensus and they need to gain trust. Can we do that?
Mr. Ambassador?
I agree with you that all the parties, all the Yemenis should, believe that they have to find a solution for the Yemeni conflict. From my perspective, I think, all of us, we should, represent the Yemeni aspiration and dream. So as I said, that if for sure you listen one for my intervention about the, continued, evolution of power. So I think, this is something need to be understood well by all the parties. And I think in the end, I think we have to do some compromises to accept each other to find a solution, a sustainable solution for the problem.
Sir?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ibrahim Nancy from Yemeni American Coalition.
Not asking me again.
We'll put somebody else on the hot seat, don't worry.
Question. Hopefully anyone could address it. But I have, this is not the first time that there is a war in Yemen. There is a war, was in 1994. 6 wars were, I think, 2014 and up. And 6 agreements, which Houthis actually broke. And we had actually a dialogue, and that dialogue is a pre-war dialogue. Let's put it this way. And I think it was. This is just intro to the questions that I'm going to ask. In 2011, we have a revolution, which youth actually participated and were part of it. Do you think is there any role for the youth in the future? 2. Do you think Saleh has intention to talk with Yemenis, because he's repeating the refusal of talking to all Yemenis and he's directing his talk outside? 3, do you think having a federal state is the right solution to decentralize this problem that's in Yemen, the government that's actually centralized and having more problems, and do you think that's basically the right solution, which and then national dialogue was supported from all parties, and as you said, it was a solution. But do you think it's going to play a role where this thing's not going to happen again? Thank you.
Yeah. First, I mean the youth will always have a serious role, and whoever tries to ignore the youth and their participation and involvement will end up in what we are today. So this is a lesson that we have to keep in mind. The second question you asked about Saleh. Saleh is an issue that sometimes we have to seriously look into it. We ignored. I was in Kuwait. I went to Kuwait. In there, I was asked to go in there for 10 days, and I ended up staying there 67 days in Kuwait. Spoilers are a big problem, and whenever you want to close the door, you bring them in and see how serious will they participate. And I think it is about time. He is not somebody that is not on the ground. He has big followers, whether we like it or not. He has big supporters, whether we like it or not. And again, one of the things that, and I hope that I'm not going to lose friends today, I'm going to get some of them upset only, is that the legitimate government did not perform well in the last 2 years. It did not communicate well with the people inside. It had an opportunity, and I hope now we can make this communication work on the round table of negotiation. a lot of things were not right done. Again, when you come to the federal state, let's sit on the table and everything is, we listen to each other. But at the time when we discussed the federal state, we were all, I think me and Ambassador Ahmed, we were a member of the committee that decided on the federal state. And we thought that was the right thing to do for Yemen. And again, you cannot have a central rule anymore in Yemen. You don't expect somebody from Al-Mahra to walk all the way down to Sana'a or to Aden. No, we have to loosen up things and let's distribute power. That is the best thing that will happen to Yemen. But first of all, we need serious compromise, we need transparency, we need serious willingness to compromise and sit. And more important than anything else is that we have to consider, forgiveness of what is happening. We don't want any score settling because we don't want to keep excluding some people and then we will end up with cycles of violence. And this is where we have to focus on building a new state, we hope. And never give up. Whenever you talk about wars, you don't say this is enough, we will give up. We will give up. No, we will continue until the last day we have, until we reach somewhere. And I'm confident that in a few months we will see things improving.
Mr. Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much. Well, we are talking as Saleh was isolated and not part of the process. And he doesn't, participate in the national dialogue. And before that, he had, 50% of the, unity government, 50% during the transitional period. Then, close to 40% during the national dialogue, either his direct parties or the, Ahzab al-Taharuf, coalition parties. So during the three talks in the Geneva, BL, Kuwait, he was, well represented. So now I'm really surprised that we have to represent him. He is everywhere, and all the times he's the one who refused everything. He refused the NDC outcomes after his people signed the outcomes. He refused he said no regions, no federal state. We will rule to the end. So I think we have to be realistic and we have to read carefully what is the current situation in Yemen. The Yemeni government, we never say that we don't want to sit with Saleh, but I believe that he doesn't have any chance to be part of the future of Yemen. And if we accepted that, then we will repeat it again the same mistakes. GBC is most welcome. I think it's very crucial to have the GBC party, which is Saleh party. So I'm talking about GBC, not about Saleh. So this is my response to your questions regarding Saleh and also Houthis, and also again most of the proposal, most of the plan, everything. Everyone is putting pressure on the government. Everyone is blaming the government. We have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of 40 years we worked without any budget. Just recently, when we moved to Aden, and for the first time we start having control of the central. It's not control, but we start have access to the money on the central bank. We start to performing and delivering. Everyone is talking about Al Qaeda. The government. We defeated Al Qaeda in 2014. We worked closely with the international community, especially with the United States in Siyuf al-Dhahabiyya campaign in Abiyan and Shabwa, and we succeeded, and we get them out. And this campaign stopped after the Houthis aggression on Amran, and then it became again a heaven. Al Qaeda, they took over Al Mukalla for 1 year, and we succeeded to get them out. And no one talking is that now Al Mukalla is ruling by the government. We have difficulties, we have problems. I agree with my colleague Muhammad Abu Al-Hum that we have to improve our performance in many areas, in different no doubt. But also we are we have limited resources now. For the first time, we have the entire government in Aden. And also when we are talking now about the government, what's the government is? is the minister with his office. Most of the, the bureaucracy of the government is still in Sana'a. And we kept dealing with this bureaucracy in Sana'a until the Houthis, formed their salvation, government. Here at the embassy in Sana'a, I kept dealing with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Sana'a until the Houthis decided to we dealt with them as they are representing, the Yemeni government. 1 year and 6 months. 6 months. So I think it's easy, to blame, and we have to listen. And I think we have many things on our plate, and we have, I think, no doubt, to reach the expectation of and aspiration of our people. Regarding the federal state, and I believe, the only solution for Yemen is having, federal state. Yemenis will not accept anymore centralization at all. Not the Yemen in the south, just the Yemen in the south, but even in Marib, even in Taz, even in Damar, even everywhere. I think, the proposed 6 region, it was a proposal in the draft of constitution. And when they, kidnapped me in my way to submit the draft of constitution to the president, and that day we were, in our way to launch a public consultation for 6 months, discussing this proposal and getting feedback, peacefully feedback from the people, and then again, having another, the national authority of monitoring the national dialogue outcomes to decide, is the draft of constitution in accordance with the NDC outcomes or not. So it's a proposal. In principle, federal state is the solution, but then again, the final touch is the numbers. That's something. If Houthis didn't take this aggression, I think we will be in a situation to discuss all these details. Thank you very much.
I think we have time for one more. I'm standing between you and lunch, so we'll do it quickly. Sir?
Eric Polowski, Washington Institute. A question for Ambassador Patterson, just quickly. Do you think the United States should play a brokering role in the peace process? And if so, what are the factors that impact that role?
This was an issue that certainly some of the people know that was debated rather extensively in the last months of the Obama administration, and I came to the conclusion that yes, they should. Yes, we should then. But yes, the United States and the administration should try and do this, if only because, and as some of the people here know, Secretary Kerry felt strongly that he had to get personally involved to try and move this process off dead center. But yes, I think we should, Eric, because the United States, for the strategic interests we have, for the heft that we have in the international community, needs to be a major player in this. And Secretary Kerry tried to develop a roadmap that didn't prosper, but yes, I think we need to play a very active role in this. There was a lot of discussion that it's a Yemeni process, we need to leave it to the Yemenis. I just don't think that's going to be successful.
Thanks to everyone. Thanks to the panel. You've been generous with your time and insights. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jared.
Let me also thank our panel, Ambassador Patterson, Ambassador Liv Mubarak, Ambassador who came all the way from Cairo to join us, and especially to our moderator, Ann Garrett. We have a 45-minute break now. We have lunch waiting outside. Please go and help yourself to the lunch. And then we'll resume here at 12:15 with a second panel to talk about reconstruction and the way forward. Thank you. Thank you for coming back. It's raining outside, so I think it's a good reason to stay in today. When Ismail was talking this morning, he made an extremely important point, because all of us, I think, have spent a lot of time talking about the politics, talking about the security issues, talking about negotiations and resolutions. But equally important is what happens outside of that political arena, what's going to happen with the humanitarian situation, where, as I think a number of panelists have commented this morning, we are in an extremely dire situation. And not only what's going to happen with the humanitarian crisis, but how are we going to reconstruct and rebuild Yemen when this conflict comes to an end, as all conflicts eventually come to an end. So we have with us today an extremely well-qualified, deeply experienced panel of experts on these issues, people who have spent a long time in Yemen, working on Yemen. Some of them are even Yemeni, to discuss these issues. From the IMF, from the International Monetary Fund, we're delighted to have Dr. Albert Yeager with us today, who is responsible for the Yemen account at the IMF, and can certainly talk to us about the humanitarian situation and the economics of addressing the humanitarian crisis. We have Dr. Nabil Shayban, who we knew very well when we were in Yemen, both in his earlier guise as an official of the government of Yemen working in the Ministry of Planning and International Cooperation. And Nabil was one of the architects of the framework for international cooperation and the application of development assistance in Yemen. As many of you may know, there were billions and billions of dollars that were pledged for Yemen development over the years that were never actually spent, because there was never an agreement between the government of Yemen and the donors about how to utilize those funds. And Nabil was very much involved with the World Bank in trying to put together a framework that would allow for that money to be released and allow development to go forward. And as we go forward, I think that the work that Nabil did on that, and also, of course, his expertise on the Social Welfare Fund, is going to be a critical element of the reconstruction process. Bob Wilson was with us as our USAID director in Sana'a, knows the issues extremely well from a development perspective, and delighted that Bob can be with us today to share with us some of his insights and some of his thoughts about how to go forward. Bob these days is at the State Department, is the Deputy Assistance Coordinator for the Near East Bureau, and so will be very much involved going forward, we hope, in the U.S. Role and U.S. engagement on reconstruction as well as humanitarian relief. And finally, we have Nedwa Dosari, who was again with us in Sana'a back in the day, very much active on issues involving governance, government reform, security sector reform, as well as many other social issues. Currently living in South Carolina, so very much in an environment that undoubtedly reminds her of Yemen on a daily basis. But Nedwa can talk to us a little bit later about how we can go forward on some of the critical issues involving governance to hopefully enable a lot of the development and allow the Yemenis to move forward economically. So with those introductions, let me turn first to Dr. Yeager and ask him for his comments.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Thanks for the invitation also to the Institute. This is quite an intimidating audience, given the knowledge, the accumulated knowledge about Yemen. So putting all the politics aside and looking at it from an economic angle, I think there are two issues. One I would call feeding Yemen. That's the first issue. The second issue is reconstructing Yemen. I want to focus very much on the feeding Yemen issue in my minutes, because I think that's the most pressing problem. Now, before I get to the feeding Yemen problem, let me give you a little bit of background how I look at that. You may know there's an old joke about economic forecasting. And the punchline of the joke is basically that maybe the only purpose of economic forecasting is to make astrology look good. So when I started working on Yemen, and that was around toward the end of 2015, I thought this is a place where it's almost impossible to forecast anything. It turned out, however, you can forecast things in Yemen. And you can forecast things actually depressingly easily. So let me give you two examples. At the beginning of last year, and I'm talking about January 2016, we were talking to the Central Bank of Yemen about the problem of foreign exchange reserves. So the Central Bank was concerned that they would be running out of foreign exchange, and so we discussed some options, what they could do. And in that context, we tried to predict when are they going to run out of foreign exchange. And we had our little model, we did our projection, and we found they would probably run out around September 2016. And it turned out that was pretty much what happened. A little bit later in 2016, another issue came on the table, and that was the issue of banknotes. The question was, how long would the available stock of banknotes last for the central bank? And again, we discussed various options, what they could do, particularly if they ran out of banknotes. Again, we had a little model trying to predict when will that happen? When will they actually run out of the banknotes? Prediction was August 2016, and I think, again, it was almost spot on. Now, the point why I'm telling you this is not that I want to convince you that economic forecasting has an edge on astrology. The point is, when you look at the prediction of food insecurity, of a coming food crisis, it has some resemblance with these other forecasts. And so I think we need to take it very, very seriously. It's a very similar forecast in the sense that you have a stock of food available right now. You're trying to predict what are the flows going to be. They're coming in via imports. And you do a little bit of modeling. And again, you can make almost a point prediction at what point will the available calories per capita fall below a certain threshold. So it is a very serious. Running out of food is more serious than running out of foreign exchange or banknotes, although there's a link between these three things, obviously. Now, let me now go to talk a little bit about the feeding Yemen problem. There is, of course, as I said, the problem of reconstructing Yemen, but as we always argue, you need to have proper sequencing when you think about policies. And clearly, first you have to feed the people before you reconstruct the place. So now, when you think about this feeding Yemen problem, you have to figure out where is the bottleneck where's the bottleneck in the market? The market here being the market for imported food. There is always, of course, there could be a problem on the supply side of the market. There could be problems on the demand side of the markets. And as an economist, you try to figure out what is going on. Why do we have, why are there low levels of food available? Now, if you think about the Yemeni situation, on the supply side, you could have two main culprits. One is the financing is not available for importing food. Let's call that the foreign exchange problem. Or you could have logistics breaking down, either because the ports don't function anymore or the internal distribution of food doesn't work. So that's basically, those could be your supply side factors. On the demand side, the main issue is obviously purchasing power. Can people buy the food that is in the country if the supply is available? Now, when we go through these factors, our reading would be on the supply side, the main bottleneck right now is availability of foreign exchange. The country just does not have the foreign exchange to import the levels, the food levels it needs in the immediate future. Logistics may become a problem for the reasons that were discussed previously in the morning. On the demand side, purchasing power, clearly the non-payment of the non-payment of most of the public salaries. Some of the public salaries, as you heard, are paid, but the major portion is not paid right now. That undermines the purchasing power of a big chunk of the population. There could also be a problem with private incomes. We have to keep that in mind because a conflict economy is not good at generating private sector incomes. And that's also purchasing power that, of course, may be missing in the market. Now, if this is the right diagnostics, obviously we need a two-handed solution. It's not one factor. We need to deal both with the supply and the demand problem. The supply problem, as I said, is shortage of foreign exchange. The demand problem is lack of purchasing power. And if you look at the problem that way, there's one key player that comes to mind that can make a difference, and that's the Central Bank of Yemen. And looking back to the first 1.5 years of the conflict, that was the role that the Central Bank of Yemen actually played. I know that some of our friends, Yemeni friends on the other side, see things differently, but during those first 1.5 years, the central bank used its foreign exchange reserves basically to prop up the imports, and they used their banknotes to pay the salaries. And they did it in the right proportions to avoid high inflation and financial instability. And so we still hope that it's possible, or there's a way to get the revamped central bank. Of course, things have changed at the central bank, that we get them back into the business of feeding Yemen. And for that, they will need free tools. We all know that. They need foreign exchange resources. It doesn't have to be only foreign exchange grants. There are some foreign exchange revenues that could go to the central bank. They need a sufficient amount of banknotes to pay the public sector salaries. And this may also be difficult, we have to get the two central banks, the one in Sana'a and the one in Aden, to cooperate. They have to stick together to find an effective solution. I think I would like to stop around here. Just two observations on the problem of reconstructing Yemen. If you look at this from the economic side, at least, before we are going to talk about policy choices, I think we'll have to figure out what is the situation on the ground. We had 2 years of conflict. We don't know too much of what the situation on the ground is. And the other issue, we need to know what are the institutional preferences that the stakeholders will have to reconstruct Yemen. So, for example, if a federation is the idea to go forward, for example, you will need a central bank that fits a federation setup. You will need a tax system that fits a federation. You will need a public financial management system that fits that mold. So we will have to know first what people want before we can come up with a plan on that. So let me stop here then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yeager. And let me turn now to Nabil Shayban.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind invitation. What I will speak about is really how we approach the reconstruction process in Yemen. Yemen as a country in conflict and also in a post-conflict situation. So as a World Bank, in collaboration with the international community that has been very much active and engaged during the past 24 months of conflict, as far as the dialogue and the coordination, how we approach reconstruction in Yemen. If we look back at our experience in the post-2012 transition period of Yemen, we have to draw some lessons why we did not make much success in terms of actually responding to the immediate needs of the population, and also to make sure that we sustain the transition period post-2012. The lessons we have drawn is that it's important that we need to recognize that any political transition out of conflict is rather complex. It is non-linear and it takes time. 2 years for reconstruction and rebuilding is not enough. We need to make sure that we respond and address the underlying causes of the conflict. And at that time, we had serious issues in terms of addressing that particular concern. The international assistance that poured into Yemen, into the billions of dollars, was mostly driven by the donors. So there was no national ownership, and thus was not delivered timely and created a lot of expectations among the population. And that's what led to the situation we are in, because neither the transition government nor donors were able to deliver to the population, and thus were not able to sustain the popular support. The focus at that time in Yemen's political transition and also on the economic transition that accompanied that was that recovery and reconstruction was the main concern. Let's rebuild, let's focus on physical infrastructure. And in a conflict, on a transition period, you need also to make sure that you're putting a lot of emphasis on supporting the building of institutions and policy reforms and processes. That was not the case in the transition in Yemen at that time. And that's what had led actually to the weakening of institutions within the country. Security, politics, as well as humanitarian aspects, as well as reconciliation, they have to go hand in hand with any economic rebuilding. That was not the case in Yemen, and I think Ambassador Feinstein was really one of the lead ambassadors in trying to push the economic agenda along the political transition. We noticed that that did not actually matter. There was a detachment between the politics and economics during the transition period in Yemen. That's why we did not contribute much to that. So private sector was isolated, was never engaged in the political transition, and hopefully that we learned from that. Now, what are we thinking about as an international community in terms of driving this reconstruction process thinking in Yemen? As an in-conflict context as well as post-conflict. What we're doing now, we're looking at it from actually 3 different angles that are pressing at the moment. We're looking at the fiscal pressures, and Albert briefly touched on that. I mean, the country is facing fiscal collapse when it comes to the budget deficit, when it comes to to the reserve situation, the buildup of external and as well as domestic arrears is really creating fiscal pressures. So as an international donor community, we're coming together under a dialogue platform to try to see how we can help immediately respond to the fiscal challenges that are facing the country in the current conflict context. Secondly, Yemen, as we all know, has been declared a high-risk famine country. It is one of 5 countries in the world that are facing famine. And as an international community, we're putting together a donor forum to try to see how we respond to the food crisis and famine crisis that is plaguing Yemen currently. And in the coming weeks, we will see actually what will happen. We, as World Bank, we've already been able to develop some ideas that we will share in terms of the crisis response to the emerging famine. Now, if you want to think about reconstruction for Yemen, you need to make sure that there is a platform that brings everybody together. Otherwise, we will end up as we were in the past, with fragmented aid and lack of delivery, let alone also the failure to work on building the capacity of state institutions that are already further damaged by the 2-year-old conflict. So a recovery and peace building platform is needed, and the bank has done this. We've done it in Cameroon, we've done it for northern Mali, we've done it for northeastern Nigeria, and I think this has proven to be a good practice that we want to do it for Yemen. And what does it entail? This is going to be actually a framework that will bring in international assistance in a more coordinated and harmonized manner. Certainly, Yemen used to have 24 major development partners or donors and international financial institutions before the conflict erupted. That has actually diminished to a large extent because of the shift towards humanitarian. However, we still have large-scale development partners that are willing to contribute to the rebuilding of Yemen, whether it is GCC countries and regional financial institutions to international financial institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, as well as OECD donors, including the US, UK, and at the forefront. So we'll look at the recovery and peace building framework as the convening forum that will bring everybody together. Part of that, there's something called the Human Development Peace Nexus. So we are actually bringing together the politics, the economics, the humanitarian issues together into this approach. Currently, during the past 24 years, and Bob is here with us, we have created a donor dialogue and coordination platform that has remained engaged with Yemen throughout the conflict and has been able actually to brainstorm ideas how we can support the Yemeni people during the in-conflict situation that is. That's why the World Bank has already put in $500 million into supporting the delivery of critical services, health and nutrition through the United Nations in order to preserve local institutions that are delivering the services nationwide. And the food crisis response, as well as the fiscal crisis response, is being coordinated with the international community. We are coming together in a few weeks to try to see how we can actually galvanize and mobilize our resources together towards supporting the Yemeni people, even in the context of sustained conflict in the country. So there is currently a working group among donors that is looking at the fiscal side of the conflict and response, service delivery, the social cash transfers, given the extent of or the serious cash transfer issue in the country. And there's the one related to really establishing a governance framework that will try to make sure that the international community does deliver to the Yemeni people and does deliver to support the sustainability of the peace in case of any peace that might come any minute. So we're looking at recovery and peace building forward through these kind of platforms, and hopefully we're trying to bring into the mainstream Gulf Cooperation Council countries. These are very critical partners. We expect that they will put in a lot of money into the reconstruction. The bulk of the bill will come from the GCC. But having different mindsets as donors, I think we need to make sure that we formalize the relationship through some sort of a governance framework and some sort of a formalized and structured coordination platform that they can buy into. And this is what we are trying to do. I leave it here, and I'm happy to receive any questions for details.
Thank you very much, Nabil. And let me now ask Bob to comment a little bit from the U.S. perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and thanks to the Middle East Institute for this initiative. It's great to get together and discuss these issues. I've been asked to talk about the U.S. perspective on assistance to Yemen, and I too will first step back. I thought we had a good framework under the GCC initiative starting in 2012, which included support for the national dialogue, a constitutional drafting process, included governance and security reform elements, and there was a great deal of international buy-in and cooperation under that initiative. That initiative was endorsed by the Yemeni people in 2012 in February when the population went to the polls and overwhelmingly gave a vote of confidence for this process. The donor conference that we had in September later in 2012 was another event that consolidated our cooperation and consensus behind what needed to be done in terms of stabilization and development moving towards the future, looking at the future. A plan was developed called the Transitional Plan for Stabilization and Development. It provided, or it had actions and policy reform elements attached to it that spoke to restoring governance, the provision of security, the safety of the population, macroeconomic stabilization, economic recovery reforms, not to mention urgent humanitarian service and infrastructure rehabilitation requirements. There was a mutual accountability framework attached to that stabilization plan, which got the commitment of both government and donors on an action-oriented framework that would involve policy reforms as well as project activities. We also had financial commitments, substantial financial commitments behind that. And we all felt extremely enthusiastic and optimistic about the prospects. Nabil spoke about the shortcomings and the lessons that we've learned from that. But nevertheless, it was an exciting time that I think we can learn a lot from in terms of how it framed assistance and kept donors aligned with Yemeni-led priorities for the future. You all know that due to the instability in 2015, the Department of State suspended embassy operations in Sana'a, and shortly thereafter, and after February, most of our development assistance programs ceased. There was a sense that without visibility or the ability to oversee programs, we could not sustain our development projects. And plus, the entire process had collapsed, so there was that framework was not there for our assistance. Nevertheless, humanitarian programs continued. Largely through UN agencies and international NGOs. The U.S. has always been a large supporter of humanitarian assistance, and that continues today, and has continued since the conflict turned southwards in 2015. Currently, there are intensive efforts to revive the new framework. We heard this morning from Ismail. And as Nabil mentioned, the Yemeni government and its international partners met in Riyadh last August, and we committed to continue working on detailing what would be our priority interventions moving into the future. So the processes of collaboration continue. In the meantime, we can't turn our backs to what's actually going on in Yemen, dire humanitarian conditions. It's awful, but we continue to support that process on the humanitarian side. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, we have established new guidance for the resumption of a number of our activities in Yemen. The caveats there, of course, are that we cannot move into areas where there's active conflict, and we've got to pay particular attention to the risk of safety and security risks to our implementers, and the fiduciary risk that we have to our funds. But as we say to, first of all, the implementers are very enthusiastic about going back and doing whatever they can. But we have, we've got to get the wheels turning again in terms of our financial grants and contracts. In addition to resuming our assistance, our development assistance, we have joined with others in the international community to advocate for the unfettered movements of assistance actors, and we continue to advocate in fora wherever that's possible, humanitarian or reconstruction fora, of the needs of the country. You all know that of the 2.1 billion humanitarian appeal for Yemen, only 8.4% of that is funded now. So we on a diplomatic front as well as a technical cooperation front, we make a pitch for that as often as we can. As our IMF colleague pointed out, even if the humanitarian appeal were fully resourced, the scale of the need in Yemen is just overwhelming. It means that the commercial sector, which includes both suppliers and consumers, must remain functioning. It must remain viable, and all efforts should be taken to ensure that viability. Despite the resourcefulness of commercial importers, they still face foreign exchange shortages, and the purchasing power, again, as mentioned by our IMF colleague, of millions of Yemenis have been significantly reduced with the contraction of economy, the lack of wages, the non-payment of salaries, non-payment of pensions, non-payment of welfare payments. So it goes without saying that the solution to the current circumstances, and the solution that the U.S. is both advocating and assisting where it can, includes continued international humanitarian assistance, support for the commercial import functions, and support for livelihoods where we can. Now, in that context, we have a number of lines of effort that we're proceeding with to supplement humanitarian assistance, especially with respect to getting cash into the hands of the most vulnerable Yemenis. My colleagues here from State, Megan Doherty and Josh Walsh, have been working closely with the World Bank and UNICEF under the framework of these working groups that Nabil pointed out, to prepare assessments for the reactivation of the social welfare fund. You know, the secondary effects of working with the social welfare fund is that it will revive, it will transfer foreign exchange into the country and revive financial transactions, activities in the country as well. So we get associated benefits from that support. We are also working to provide for livelihood support through cash for work, labor-intensive infrastructure, and community-driven self-help programs. USAID in particular is providing support to the Social Fund for Development and looking at supporting the Public Works Program. Two organizations that have continued to work in Yemen and represent very interesting and viable platforms for assistance. You know, this argument that, you know, because we cannot have our own implementing teams in country, or we can't have visibility on the ground, somewhat can be overcome by working with strong organizations like the Social Fund for Development and Social Welfare Fund, and we're moving on that front as well. USAID primarily is continuing its support through UNICEF and other actors on the health and education front. You know, the health sector is totally devastated. Lack of medicines, lack of salary support for health workers. So they are doing what they can with the resources that we have available to shore that up. Education services as well, you know, in part because of the lack of salaries, but also because of the, you know, the conflict. Have degraded tremendously, and so we're trying to revive that again where we can with what we have available. We're also supporting local organizations that serve to promote peace and reconciliation in conflict areas, building the ability to provide services, building the resiliency of communities in light of what they're facing, the true hardships that they're facing. And we were considering you know, opportunities that we have to support peace processes and the political processes, working closely with Ismail's group, providing support for transition planning, including the demobilization function that will eventually, or hopefully will take place as a consequence of the peace and the new transition agreement when it's in place. So, I mean, we can certainly learn from the shortcomings and shortfalls of the past, but we all think that you know, the model of working behind a country-led framework, which identifies priorities in both a temporal, sequential manner, as well as a financial feasibility issue, is the way to go. The $100 billion price tag that's been placed initially on reconstruction efforts needs to be addressed, you know, as much as it can with both institutional capacity development as well as financial generation and mobilization. So we look forward to working on that, on those issues. And just in conclusion, just want to make a point about the importance of our diplomatic mission in Jeddah, and hopefully soon to return to Yemen. During the initial GCC initiative, our diplomatic efforts were leading the you know, the dialogue, the policy discussions, the discussions on the prioritization of what was necessary, and the assistance neatly fitted behind those priorities established through our diplomatic efforts and cooperation with other donors. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bob. And let's turn now to Nadwa and talk a little bit about governance and reconstruction.
Thank you, Ambassador Firestein and the Middle East Institute for organizing this event. I'll be talking about security. So there are two general elements of security in Yemen. At the macro level, you have a divided or rather fractured military. You have military units. Under President Hadi's chain of command, and you have units that have remained loyal to Saleh and have been fighting Hadi's government military along with the Houthis since 2014. I'm not sure how this can be resolved if should a political settlement be signed or if they could be resolved at all. I think what we see evolving and what we will continue to see in the future is rather a de facto, what I call a de facto decentralization of security forces that resulted from the spread of violence, but also from the collapse of Hadi's government in early 2015, among other factors. So today I want to talk about these emerging security forces at the micro level, where neither Hadi's government nor the Houthis or Saleh have influence or control. I will be talking specifically about the South, where I think the Saudi-led coalition and Hadi's government have had the chance to build local security forces since the defeat of the Houthis and Saleh in mid-2015. And I think that this can offer an idea of what a post-conflict scenario would look like after the fighting stops, hopefully someday soon. So what are these local forces? These local forces are mainly, 90% of them are the armed groups or the fighters that have fought the Houthis in the summer of 2015. They're commonly known in Yemen as the resistance forces. Most of these people were civilians. They had no prior experience in fighting. They just picked up arms to defend their communities and to push the Houthis and Saleh out of the south. So what happened when the Houthis and Saleh were defeated is that President Hadi issued a decree to enlist these forces into the armed forces, or these groups into the armed forces. And following that, the Emiratis worked with these forces on the ground. They were more involved in the creation of these forces, the training, as well as the mentoring of these forces, and they're still involved in that. So on the positive side, when these forces were enlisted, we've seen a substantial improvement in the security situation in Aden and Lahaj and some of the southern governorates, as these forces started playing a security role. The Al-Qaeda was pushed out from most of the southern governorates, or all of the southern governorates to a large extent. In Aden, a lot of the thugs and criminal groups were cleared, and there has been a tremendous reduction in crime when these forces took over. More importantly, these forces are seen far more legitimate and are trusted by the local population than the forces before the war, the forces under Saleh or the forces before the war in general. Adenis like to call them our sons. That's how much they trust them and they appreciate what they've done to defend their communities during the war. However, there are major issues with these forces that I think will have long-term implications on security and on security sector reform. These forces lack training. All the training they've received was basically combat related because they were trained to defeat the Houthis. They haven't gotten much training in terms of policing, in terms of, they haven't gotten no training in international humanitarian law or in Yemeni laws that regulate the police and security work. There has been some reports, incidents of human rights abuses by these forces, and that includes forced disappearance, that includes torture, sometimes to death and mistreatment of individuals arrested. Human rights activists in Hadramaut have documented hundreds of cases of individuals that have been forced disappeared by the elite forces, and the UN panel of expert report documented 6 of these cases. Now these individuals are forced disappears, their family don't know anything about them, they're not allowed to talk to them, they're not allowed to ask about them, and even if they ask, they're denied any information, they know nothing about their whereabouts or what their charge is. No trial, and to a large extent, the absence of courts and the poor conditions of presence have contributed to this. The court system is literally paralyzed in the south, and it took a major hit as a result of the war. The Houthis looted a lot of these courts, and the coalition bombed a lot of them as well. And since the war finished in the south, or ended in the south in mid-2015, Hadi's government and the coalition haven't done much or anything at all to rehabilitate the justice system and the courts and the presence. There is also a problem with oversight and command and control. There are about 30,000 individuals that have been enlisted into the armed forces in the south, 15,000 of which are the security, what's called the security belt, which is trained and mentored and supervised by the Emiratis. Now, the formation of these forces has lacked transparency. A lot of them have been formed based on regional and tribal affiliations. For example, the elite forces in Hadramaut were selected from 4 tribes, and I will not mention the name, 4 tribes, and other tribes were excluded. The elite forces in Shabwa, which are currently undergoing training, were mainly formed from 3 tribes, and the tribe of Al-Awaliq, which is the largest tribe in Shabwa and one of the largest in the country, have been excluded. But more importantly, in my opinion, the problem with these forces is that they're not under a unified Yemeni command and control. The elite forces in Hadramaut and the security belt operate largely outside Hadi's chain of command. They're both directly supervised by the Emiratis. The security belt in Aden, for example, in theory, they report to the security director of Aden, but in reality, they're managed directly by the Emiratis. But not only they are outside Hadi's chain of command, sometimes they clash with Hadi's forces. Last month, the commander of the airport security unit refused Hadi's order to replace him, and Hadi moved some of the presidential guards to force him to leave, to force him to force the replacement, and clashes happened between the 2 forces, which led to the closure of Aden Airport for a few days, and I think the Emiratis have intervened via helicopters. So with that, I have some questions, which is, what is going to happen? I think the question that we need to ask ourselves is, what's going to happen when the Emiratis withdraw from the south or if they withdraw from the south under the current conditions, and what does the coalition and the Emiratis, what plan and what exit strategy they have in place to make these forces professional and sustainable? I think, again, I see with these forces, I see a great opportunity for security reform, mainly because they are from the communities. They have an incentive to improve security, and we've seen that happened in the south, but also because they're trusted among their communities, and they're seen legitimate. However, without proper training, without being under a unified Yemeni chain of command, without rehabilitation of the court and prisons and the justice system in general, and without proper civilian oversight, these forces are more like militias in uniform, probably with different and sometimes divergent allegiances than they are professional police and security forces. I see the opportunity, and I think it's up to President Hadi and it's up to the coalition, particularly the Emiratis, to make these forces a success story to build effective security in the South and in Yemen in general, or make them a threat to security in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all four of our panelists. And if I can, let me kick off the discussion a little bit with a couple of questions to our panel. One of the points that I think several of you made was the issue that of the tension between physical reconstruction and reconstruction or construction, frankly, because many of these institutions didn't exist. Construction of institutional capacity, health and education. And so the problem that we have, of course, is that our capacity, and as you know, as certainly Nabil and Bob and Nadwa will recall, we did try to focus on this institutional capacity building, and yet we were stymied by the fact that we really didn't have institutions that we could work with to build their capacity. And it's a lot easier, frankly, to build a bridge than it is to build an education system. So if we're going forward, and if we've decided that this institutional capacity is really a core issue and perhaps our highest priority, how do we ensure that this next phase of reconstruction in Yemen really focuses on that, recognizing at the same time, frankly, that there's been huge destruction of the physical infrastructure that is going to require attention. So how would you move forward?
Do you want me to take
Please.
this question? Yes. Thank you very much. I fully agree. I think in Yemen's context, the pre-conflict institutions were already weak. Let alone now we look today at institutions, further being destroyed. So what do we plan to do? There are good institutions that we're optimizing that exist on the ground. I mean, His Excellency the Ambassador mentioned the Social Fund for Development, the social work, the Public Works project. These are community-driven projects that we have been investing in as donors for the last 20 years, and now we see the fruit and the benefit of these institutions. And I think if we can modulate the investment we put into these institutions in terms of building up their fiduciary capacity, in terms of investing in good cadre that work in these institutions, I think we would be in the right track. And I think we should pilot some initiatives focusing on the key institutions that will deliver the immediate, early recovery needs that we would like to have in Yemen. And we look at the social services, we look at education, we look at health. These are the institutions we're trying to really help. And there was some sort of capacity that we invested in the past, but it wasn't successful because you look at these two institutions are the largest bureaucratic institution in the country with the highest number of civil servants. So it was not easy with also the rampant corruption that existing within these institutions. So we need to really look at these institutions that have proven to be resilient and have been able to deliver. We invested right, like the Social Fund and Public Works, and that have remained politically neutral during the conflict. And that we trusted as donors. We're putting $500 million as World Bank into these institutions because we trust their fiduciary. We trust that they deliver in remote regions of Yemen. They're not driven by the politics. They have really, reach out throughout the country, and they employ locals, whether it is local labor or it is local contractors, so they are actually helping the local economies. So that's a good model. As the World Bank, we're also putting $200 million as part of the 500 into health as well. So we're supporting decentralized health system in order to make sure that these institutions will be able to function and deliver in post-conflict, whether it is coming in a year or later. So it's going to be quite of a challenge, but I think as an international community, if we come together and make up our minds that we focus on these at least two important critical issues, education and health, I think we can make a success.
Please, Bob.
I'd like to say something about health and education. USAID and other donors have focused on capacity development in the past. Sure, there's always that demand for, build a hospital, build clinics, build schools, and people feel that, the tangible and the visible effect of that is progress. But actually, the true progress, the improvements in health status and improvements in education status come from capacity development, capacity of teachers, capacity of health workers. Maternal, child, early neonatal techniques were the focus of, a large range of donor projects, and they were making a difference. But that has collapsed now because of that training function and that inability to sustain that. Sure, there are physical requirements, and there are organization challenges for ministries and how ministries support the staff and technicians of the ministries, which is important too. It's a complex problem, but I wouldn't downplay our focus on that has been true in the past on capacity development, and we haven't only gone for the physical, flashy projects.
But it also it raises one of the points that Dr. Yeager mentioned in his presentation, and that is that how we go forward on some of this institutional capacity building is going to depend, in fact, on the outcome of the political discussions regarding federalization. Nedwell referred to the decentralization of security forces, but it conceivably it also impacts health and education and some of the other basic services, whether Yemen is going to go forward with this proposal on federalizing the structure, decentralizing some of these services, or maintaining a strong central base for them. I also wanted to follow up on a comment that you had made, Nabil, and that was regarding the private sector and the fact that up until now the private sector has really been isolated and distanced from engagement. I think one of the things that we've talked about today is this idea that perhaps if we can begin to improve the delivery of humanitarian services of food and medicine, et cetera, to the Yemeni people, a lot will depend on some of these commercial vendors to be responsible for distribution, for getting the supplies out to the populations that need them. So how can we empower the private sector to be more effective and more engaged in some of these activities? Yeager? No.
Through our instrument, IFC, we're currently engaging the private sector in a conversation. I think the IMF is also on board to actually provide alternative financing mechanisms for the private sector to be able to secure the foreign currency to import critical food into the country. There's a $500 million being discussed as a potential source of funding for the private sector. And this will be channeled, hopefully, through the commercial banking sector, given the situation of the Central Bank of Yemen. Clearly, in any post-conflict or in any political transition, the private sector role should not be overlooked, and this is what really we failed to do in the post-2011 transition in Yemen. This time around, I think we are very much alert to this important role, and we have been very much engaged. The IMF and us as World Bank have been engaged for the last few months in trying to see how we engage the private sector in the in-conflict context of Yemen's needs, as well as in the post-conflict recovery and reconstruction. I think we see them as a potential delivery mechanism, as a potential partner for Yemen's peace-building effort.
Thank you. Dr. Yeager, anything to add? Or?
Maybe on the private sector initiative. So, what to do to some extent depends on your diagnostics, where the bottleneck is there. So, if the situation is that we have a lot of foreign exchange sitting around in Yemen, they cannot be mobilized because of certain obstacles, then the solution could well be, let's find a scheme where we can mobilize that foreign exchange and ship it out of the country, and then we can import using that foreign exchange. If the bottleneck is that the country doesn't have foreign exchange, then we need either foreign exchange grants coming from outside, or other foreign exchange resources that are already available have to be put to that purpose. And it's important to get the diagnostic there right. I think this is what we are working on.
Right, exactly. There is
Yeah.
Well, our sense would be it's more of an exchange shortage problem.
That it's not stuck somewhere.
Well, if there would be a lot of foreign exchange stuck in Yemen, we should see the exchange rate not depreciating the way it did over the last few months, right? If there's a lot of foreign exchange bottled up inside Yemen, and the amount of domestic currency hasn't increased since August because there were no banknotes around anymore to inject. We probably should not have seen the exchange rate move from 250 to 350 in the parallel market. So, I mean, that's evidence that you may have more of a shortage problem than bottled up, having foreign exchange bottled up there.
One of the ideas that we had talked about a year or so ago was this idea of a trust fund, so that as Yemen was able to have functioning economic activity, maybe to export oil or to do some other things that earned foreign exchange, that there would be a mechanism for collecting them and then ensuring that they were being distributed in a way that would support some of the activities that you've talked about. Where are we on that?
I think that's the thinking behind this IFC-led initiative to support the private sector and securing the necessary foreign exchange for food imports. And the idea is to establish such a trust fund that will be managed or co-managed by the IFC as well as the IMF. I think there's an ongoing conversation on moving forward on this particular initiative and operationalizing it. But there's really good progress, and we're very optimistic. I think this will help us respond to really the emerging food crisis that's plaguing Yemen today.
I think that would be useful. And then, Nedwa, a last question for you, and then we'll open it up to the floor. The issue of military and security force reorganization was, of course, part of the GCC initiative, and we and the UK and several other international partners were working with our Yemeni interlocutors on achieving that reorganization. Of course, the idea of tribal militias being absorbed into the Yemeni armed forces isn't new. It's something that's happened periodically over the years, usually with detrimental effects. So is the reorganization effort dead? Or is the idea now that we're going to have to start over again? And do you believe, again, going back to this federalism conversation, is this an area where, particularly for law enforcement and local security, should there be an effort to support that decentralization?
Absolutely. To answer your question, I don't know about past efforts. Clearly, they didn't work because they're fighting each other and they're fighting for power. Yemen has never really had a professional army. The army and the security forces, they've had allegiances to individuals, to Saleh mostly, and others as well within the Saleh regime. So I don't know if a political settlement is signed. I don't know if it will result in a security restructuring that will address the macro issues of the military. I honestly doubt that it's going to happen anytime soon. I also doubt that there will be a central government that can well, first be accepted and then be influential and can do work throughout Yemen. So clearly we need to look at the local level, and clearly we need to go decentralized in terms of governance and in terms of law enforcement and security forces that are providing policing and security role to the communities. I know there hasn't been much appetite to do that, but I think it's what has to happen. We don't have another option. And I was going to say something, but I forgot. But anyway, I think that's the way to go. And so if local governance and local security, if you look at Ma'rib, I mean, look what happened in Ma'rib once the local authority took charge, and once the Sana'a under Saleh or under Hadi haven't been hands-on Ma'rib. Ma'rib is blooming, and I mean, they have projects, they have private sector now. Ma'rib has electricity more than any other governorate in the country. They didn't have electricity before the war. It's the safest. It's the safest area in the country as well. They've just established a university for the first time in Ma'rib. Look, and even look at the south. All these security groups that emerged after the war, they have helped improve security. I think that's something that we need to keep in mind with all the flaws they have, with all the issues they have, which I think are normal given that they're not professional, they haven't been given the training. I think these are normal issues, but they have helped improve security, and I think that's where we should look at in the future in order to move forward.
Great, thank you. Let us open it up for comment in the front. Do we have a microphone to pass around? Here, yeah.
Thank you once again for giving me the chance. Let me bring you back to the humanitarian aspect. And let me remind you what the Sheikh said this morning, that in fact, with all donor activities, with all donor support, this covers between 15 to 20% of the population. So regardless with all due respect, I think there is no way of avoiding the food insecurity and saving the Yemeni people out of hunger, except for the international community to press on three aspects. Number one is to neutralize the operations of the central bank, both in Sana'a and Aden. Number two, the government, the people of Yemen have assets, overseas assets, and also they have the revenues from oil. The international community should limit the use of these assets except for the purchase of food. And we have talked about this with the international community in 2016. I think they should also neutralize the oil sector operations because it's the only source of foreign currency for the country. That means both parties should sit and agree, and the international community should press on them that the operations of oil sector and gas sector should be neutralized so that they could resume exports from Ma'rib and could resume export from they already resumed operations from Hadramaut, but the revenues from that sale go somewhere, and it's not used, it's off record, of budget, of everything. I'm not going to discuss this, but the international community should press and should tell the government, you want help, this is for the people of Yemen. You want help, you should limit the use of the people's assets only to purchase food. The import bill of wheat and rice only, which is the two most important commodities in the country, cost around $1.2, $1.3 billion a year. And with all donors' support, I don't think, and that feeds only a portion of the population, of course, And now with the situation, with the war in place, the price level has more than doubled. Even if we pay the social welfare fund payment, the family who receives $20 or less than $20 an hour, now less than $20 a month, they cannot even buy a sack of wheat. So I think the most important thing is to press on worrying factors that neutralize the operation of the central bank so the bank could resume what it was doing and neutralize the operations of the oil sector because that's the only source of foreign currency for the country. And one more aspect. I want the international community could play a role in convincing. Jerry was talking about the trust fund. The trust fund was actually using the oil revenues plus the donors, contributions to a fund that could be only used to buy food stuff and probably medicine. There is one more point I would remember it, and it's very important for the neutralization of these institutions that touch the livelihood of the Yemenis. Away away from politics, away from the military operations. Okay. And one more important thing, we should not wait until the people die. If we wait for the settlement, it looks like they will never reach agreement. These warring factors don't care about the people who die. Both here and there. And we should care about the Yemeni people. We should care about those who do not speak. A lot of people. The silent groups. There are military people who do not contribute to the war. They are staying home. Payment of salary is the most important thing. They should press on the payment of salary because it touches more than 3 million families alone.
Right. Thank you. You want to comment?
Well, I mean, we can agree on a lot of the things that Ibrahim said. But also, as the UN envoy said in the morning, the international community can do only so many things. I think the Yemenis have to come together on some of these issues as well. And the central bank is a good example, right? I mean, now we have two central banks that de facto don't talk to each other too much anymore. And we need a central bank that has the capacity to do their part in addressing this food crisis. So, yes, the international community has a responsibility, but I think the Yemenis themselves need to do their part as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can I ask a follow-up to that? Here's the...
Thank you. Why can't the central bank in Aden pay salaries? Is it a shortage of currency, banknotes? Aren't some of the oil revenues sitting in Saudi banks? I mean, what's the constraint? Because it seems like there was quite a breakdown when the two banks split.
Well, there are actually two constraints. One is the availability of sufficient banknotes to pay the salaries. The salary bill per month is about 75 billion riyal, and so they don't have the banknotes to pay that. But even if they would have those banknotes right now to pay, that wouldn't be a solution, obviously, because they would just drive up inflation in the country if we don't have the foreign exchange to import goods and get back some of that monetary liquidity we would inject by paying public sector salaries. That's why I'm saying you need a two-handed solution here. You can't do one thing without the other thing. And that's why the central bank in the end is so critical as a player.
If I may, it answers the question. Just in the liquidity issue, the central bank in Aden has received at least the salary of at least 2 months, total salary of the whole country, at least. They received from Russia 160 billion riyals banknote. So it's no longer a matter of banknote. It's no longer a matter of banknote.
Okay. Yes, over here.
Thank you. I'm Scott Paul with Oxfam. Wanted to second the past comment on stabilizing the central bank and also make sure that that's linked to some sort of either a domestic or international oversight system that gives potential donors the confidence to make deposits into the foreign reserve. It seems to me those two processes have to be linked, as you said. But I also wanted to call attention to the fact that food is the principal need in Yemen right now, because it's going to be linked to a lot of widespread imminent death in the coming months. I would say particularly if the Hudaida operation goes forward and if World Food Program cranes aren't delivered. But let's also bear in mind there's nearly 20 million people, check that, about 17 million people who don't have access to clean water, sanitation services. About 600 health facilities, partly or completely damaged by the war. Basic health services not available for most of the population. That's going to require, obviously, a political solution and more creative ways to deliver assistance. And so the political side, we explored some of this morning. I hope there's added urgency to that. On the delivery side, my question for the donors is there a point at which, and I'm hoping that the point is where we start to approach famine conditions, but is there a point at which we become less focused on the fiduciary risk of delivering through local organizations? And I say that because as an international implementing organization, we're reaching more than 1 million people in Yemen right now. We have huge overhead costs, huge. And we're working in communities, some of which we've been for more than 30 years, others of which are new to us. So we're trying to learn, we're trying to work with communities, but there are local organizations on the ground that have a decent amount of absorptive capacity, and they're not being directly contracted by the donors, and when they are, they're being directly contracted with almost no overhead breathing space. So it ends up being an arrangement where, as an international organization, we subcontract when we can, but we don't have a lot of breathing room, and donors expect a level of reporting back that we're not able to give, at the pace that we need to deliver right now. So I'm wondering, with this many, at this point, as we sort of descend into possible famine conditions, is there a change in attitude on that?
Bob, do you want
to? As stewards of taxpayer funds, I mean, we're going to be required to have some degree of accountability and oversight. But it's a question of how much risk you're willing to accept. We are comfortable with the World Food Program, the UNICEF, and their monitoring and their oversight functions. There are incidences of misuse and spillage that occurs, of course, but I think we can do it, as you say. I think we can identify what the risks are. We can consult on our ability to accept higher levels of risk given the circumstances. But I also think that there are organizations that have got the credibility and the systems in place that can handle more. And I think it's a question of just activating our resources and channeling those resources to those organizations. So yeah, it's a good question, and we think about it all the time. We're not able to move until we have risk assessments, and we have consulted on with Congress on how we propose to manage risk.
Did you guys want to add anything, or okay? Please, you had a question here. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Abdurrahman Al-Iryani. I work for the Embassy of Yemen as an economic officer. I do have first of all, thank you for very informative remarks. I have a follow-up question. We discussed about these payments of salaries, and Mr. Albert correctly mentioned that payment of salaries is not an easy task. It is not about maintaining only banknotes. You need to have external support in tandem when injecting further liquidity into the marketplace. So to follow up, this question is maybe for you, Albert. You strongly suggested that the international community needs to assist the central bank or assist Yemen. On this regard, by providing and infusing FX grant into the Central Bank of Yemen, given the fact that Yemen domestically cannot really, in a sustainable way, meet its payroll expenses. And, for instance, the central bank operating now in Aden does not have full control over all of its branches across the country, and therefore there is no meaningful management of liquidity, especially in branches, in areas controlled by the Houthis, where the central bank from Aden cannot really know what is the level of liquidity in those branches, and therefore it does not have the power, or does not have, it faces a constraint from being able to manage the money flow. To have an effective economy, the central bank needs to have control over its branches, and the government needs to have control over its economic institutions across the country to obtain revenue from, for instance, from the taxation and customs authority, and recycle this money back to the economy by paying salaries. And so this is the question for Albert. If you, just to repeat myself, how can the international community in the short run help and inject this FX grant into the central bank? My follow-up question as well for Mr. Wilson. You've mentioned the social welfare fund. In the past, we've always discussed ways to support the social welfare fund. And in past meetings, when we are about to provide a grant from the donor community to the social welfare fund, an issue always comes up, which is the effectiveness of the social welfare fund, the beneficiary list, that it needs to be cleaned. But my question is, has this attitude changed? Did you notice across the various donors? Do they feel that it is fine right now just to disregard the negatives and go ahead and work with what we have right now with the social welfare fund? My last and third question is for Nabil, very quickly. You mentioned the commercial trust fund. So is this specific? I mean, we've had in the past discussed about trust funds through the Friends of Yemen meetings. And it seems that some donors are always kind of a bit sensitive to deposit money in multilateral trust funds. And it's been always a challenge to convince donors to put money in these multilateral trust funds. For this specific trust fund that you've been working with the IFC, how does this differ from past discussions with the previous ones? Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you want to start with the first question? Or?
Yeah. I think what Abdul said is I would agree with. The central bank needs foreign exchange resources. One possibility is foreign exchange grants. Yeah, that will be from the international community. We have been hoping for the last few months somebody would step forward. And of course, everybody's thinking about one particular country. It hasn't happened so far. But as Ibrahim mentioned, there is also oil revenue, and there's some oil revenue flowing. That's also foreign exchange. That could also go into the same pot. So that's the foreign exchange side of the problem. But as I said before, there is also the banknotes, the domestic liquidity issue. And Ibrahim is right. They may have received 150 billion. Rial by now from the Russian printing company. Probably have spent some of that. But you cannot inject 150 billion into the economy without taking part of it out again. And you can only get it out if the central bank has foreign exchange in the first place. So it just doesn't help us if we solve one problem, but we leave the other problem unaddressed. Right, I mean, ideally you would have both, plus you would have cooperation within the central bank system in Yemen, maybe including with Marib. So we have three problems to solve. We need foreign exchange, we need banknotes, and we need cooperation inside the system.
A couple of years ago, Scott's organization, Oxfam, did a study of did a project using the recipient beneficiary list of the social welfare fund in a project outside the social welfare fund framework, and executed cash payments, cash transfers to people who are identified in that database, and found that they could effectively do that as an independent organization. But the other findings of that pilot were that the lists, the beneficiary lists, were actually accurate. That the lists that the Social Welfare Fund had were represented, vulnerable, extremely poor people, for the most part. Again, there were some, deviations from that, but for the most part, it was possible, or it was reliable. Now, for the new wave of social welfare fund activity that everybody is anticipating, that a few have talked about, we are supporting an assessment, again, of those beneficiary lists, and the validity of those beneficiary lists in reflecting need and poverty. And we're reviewing currently the cash transfer mechanisms that could be utilized besides the post office. I mean, banks, other types of cash transfer mechanisms that could be used are going to be considered. And we expect this assessment to be done relatively soon, and hopefully to feed into the programming of donor resources for the social welfare fund. So to answer your question, I think you're right. There is some concern about where the money's going to go, to whom, and whether it's going to be going to the right the right recipients. And we're looking into that. But Oxfam's experience pointed to the fact that those lists are pretty good. They need to be expanded. They need to be updated. But that's going to be a huge exercise to do.
And Nabil, do you want to explain
on the
why?
trust fund issues? I mean, the World Bank has been successful in setting up large-scale trust funds for reconstruction and recovery across the world. The Aceh Reconstruction Fund and the African Regional Trust Fund, in which billions of dollars were put in there. Now, with the Yemen case, I think it's a bit difficult, because if you look at the landscape of donors that Yemen has, you have the GCC donors are not familiar with trust funds, and we've tried very hard over the years to establish the post-transition 2011 transition trust fund, in which the billions of dollars will pour into this pot, and would have been even much more effective. We would have been able to deliver, etc. However, we found it very difficult to convince our GCC colleagues because of the issues of independence, identity, visibility, politics, etc. Bureaucracy, etc. So I think that's difficult. With a smaller size trust fund, I think it's manageable to do. So we're testing it in an upcoming meeting with the GCC and other like-minded donors, to setting up this $500 million trust fund, and hopefully this time we will be able to sell it.
Okay. Thank you.
But it's never easy.
I think we have time for one more short question. Right here. Yeah.
The situation is not easy, it's very complicated, but are they continuing to what he said, the international effort? But the real question, there is we can, we could, but are you willing to do? Because if there is will, there is way. There is a lot of things, the British Red Cross there, so there is a lot of other small things. You can start with a small scale and then make it bigger. As every American said, if there is a will, there is a way. So there is a big things, there is a big complicated questions, but are we willing, is this time or not, let them die for a while, or what is it? There is a will, there is a way. Do you think there is a will?
Yeah, sure. There's a will and a way.
Very good. Well, that's the last word. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank, of course, Ismail Old Sheikh Ahmed for kicking this off, and then both of our panels, Ambassador Patterson, Ambassador bin Mubarak, Mohammed Abu Lahum, and this panel, Dr. Yeager, Nabil Shaban, Bob Wilson, and Nadwa Dasari. Thank you for attending, participating in, I hope, a very worthwhile exercise. I think that we heard today from Ismail that, in fact, the solution to this problem is known. It requires political will, of course, in order to accomplish it. But, of course, there is urgency. As we heard from our panelists this afternoon, there is urgency because we should keep in mind that the humanitarian crisis isn't one that you can solve overnight. Even if you get the humanitarian relief supplies in, I'm afraid that some of the repercussions, some of the residual effects of long-term famine, long-term malnutrition are going to be with us and with Yemen for many years to come. So the sooner that we can resolve this, the sooner we can get this process moving forward in the right direction, the better off Yemen is going to be, the better off all of us are going to be. But thank you very much for attending with us today, and we will see you again later.